circumstances. And I'd like to put on record, because I'm sure there may be some on the other side who this may have passed over, and not because of their own fault, but because they're obviously being misled by those who should know better. Population of Trinidad and Tobago, there's nothing in this bill, if you as a homeowner shoot and kill someone who has entered your premises, there's nothing in this bill that prevents you from being charged for murder. There is nothing in this bill, Mr. Speaker, that prevents that legitimate homeowner with a firearm or using a weapon, a knife, a baseball bat, whatever it is, to defend your own family in your home from going to trial in the criminal courts, being arrested, charged, and then having to face a trial because all the defenses they say this bill provides, you have to now go into court and convince a judge and a jury that it applies to you. So don't fool the population that there's this piece of legislation that now allows you as a homeowner to take another life of a criminal or criminals in your home, and you do not run the risk of being charged and being before the criminal courts and having to go through all of the trials, tribulations, and trauma of a criminal trial and defending your good name and after having defended your family in traumatic circumstances. Because you see, the population has been sold and they've been told that this bill somehow miraculously extracts one from that. Mr. Speaker, back to the Stand Your Ground and the law authored in May 2023. Usefully, the law of self-defense is to be found in the advice of the Privy Council given by Lord Morris and Palmer versus R versus the state. In that case, the following principles emerge. And this is the law as it stands. One, a person who is attacked, has every right to defend himself. Force can be met with force. That's the law now. The Privy Council have said that's the law. B, in defending himself, he may do only what is reasonably necessary. This bill, as I'll show in a short while, actually puts additional obligations on you. C, what is reasonably necessary is dependent on the context of the attack. Completely correct. Nothing in this law changes that. So to come here and say about a little child in your house at 2 o'clock in the morning, that is playing on the emotions, that is playing on the heartstrings of the population, but sadly and dishonestly misleading them. D, the retaliation must not be disproportionate to the attack. In other words, you cannot use a hammer to kill a fly. E, if the perceived threat is imminent and grave, then it would be necessary to use such force as is reasonable. F, a person defending himself is not expected to weigh to a nicety of the exact amount of force which is necessary to repel the attack. G, in a moment of unexpected anguish, the response must be judged by what the person thought was sufficient and necessary. Duty to retreat. It seems to be that there's a collective societal misconception that a person under a threat, real or perceived, is under a duty to retreat. That is simply not so, Mr. Speaker. That is what you told the population, and it is correct, 100% correct. So don't come here and say that this bill now takes away an obligation on a duty to retreat, because that doesn't exist in law as it is now. You are entitled to defend your castle. You are entitled to defend your home as it currently stands. This bill does not take you out of a criminal trial and charges of murder or charges of negligence or charges of manslaughter. It simply doesn't. So population, do not be fooled. Mr. Speaker, we then get into the area and the realm which is of concern to us on this side. And in particular, those of us, all of us, who represent constituencies where we don't bury our head in the sand and pretend Trinidad is not a complex society. Trinidad is not a society that's made up of not only different races, different classes, different circumstances. And all of us face that. As a member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, you have some of the wealthiest people in Trinidad and Tobago living in homes and houses in that constituency. And then you have some of the most vulnerable, literally over the ridge of a hill, living in difficult circumstances. And the studies show in other jurisdictions where stand your ground legislation has been introduced, some places for decades, they caution the difficulties that arise and the breaking apart, the further widening of some of these complexities of society that put us at even more risk with a false promise, as we're being told today, of some magical pill, some panacea in this legislation. The first one I'd like to refer to, Mr. Speaker, is from the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, an article titled, as a report rather, study, Effects of Laws Expanding Civilian Rights to Use Deadly Force in Self-Defense on Violence and Crime, a systematic review. And it is authored by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 PhD doctors. Background: since 2025, most US states have expanded civilian rights to use deadly force in self-defense outside the home. In most cases, legislation has included removing the duty to retreat anywhere one may legally be, commonly known as stand your ground laws. The extent to which these laws affect public health and safety is widely debated in public and policy discourse. It goes on at the main results. Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 15 minutes start now? Or? Okay, thank you. Main results. We identified 25 studies that estimated population-level impacts of laws expanding civil rights to use deadly force in self-defense, all of which focus on stand your ground and other expansions of self-defense laws in the United States. Importantly, authors' conclusions, Trinidad and Tobago, I beseech you, listen to the authors' conclusions of these experts who have studied stand your ground legislation. The existing evidence contradicts claims that expanding self-defense laws deters violent crime across the United States. Not if you listen to those on the other side. But this is the truth. Everywhere where they've studied stand your ground legislation, they have come to the conclusion that expanding self-defense laws does not deter violent crime. It, in fact, increases it. They go on to say, in at least some contexts, including Florida, stand your ground laws are associated with increases in violence and this is of particular concern to us on the other side, who are always against this. And there are racial inequities in the application of these laws. We on this side are not burying our heads in the sand. We have looked very closely at the behavior. And we understand what is taking place in society. And we are concerned about how this legislation may affect the racial inequalities in Trinidad and Tobago, as is so nicely put by these people. Public health implications. In some US states, most notably Florida, stand your ground laws may have harmed public health and safety and exacerbated social inequalities. The next article is the dangerous expansion of stand your ground laws and its racial implications by the Duke Center for Firearms Law, authored in January 2022 by Cami Chavis. Recently, there have been several high-profile trials that underscore the intersection of guns and race in America. In Georgia, Greg and Travis McMichael, father and son, and William Rudy Byron stood trial for fatally shooting Ahmaud Arbery, a black man whose race seemed to be the only provocation the three men needed to end his life. Many argue that Arbery had been white. Had he been white, he would never have aroused the suspicions of the McMichaels. Certainly, had the assailants been black, they would have been arrested immediately. The expansion of stand your ground statutes and entrenched gun culture in the United States complicates both of these propositions, and the racial impact of these laws deserves greater attention from policymakers. It goes on to talk about the common law self-defense in the United States, and it says, under the implications of stand your ground laws, evidence suggests that stand your ground laws increases firearm homicides. There are a number of arguments against expanding stand your ground laws. First, these laws encourage people to take the law into their own hands without calling on law enforcement officials who should be skilled at intervening in dangerous situations. The existence of these laws discourages de-escalation and may encourage people to shoot first and ask questions later. That is the reality of what we heard from Toko Sandigrandi a short while ago. Toko Sandigrandi stood here and told the population, shoot the man in the back. And it's not the first time he said it. He said it at public consultations as well. That is proof of what we're being warned about. And I am quickly going to go to the law, Mr. Speaker, to point out that this legislation does not provide you with a defense in such circumstances. The existence of these laws discourages de-escalation and it may encourage people to shoot first and ask questions later. Racial disparities. In addition to the potential increase in firearm homicides in general, there is also evidence that stand your ground laws exacerbate racial inequities for both victims of and defendants. In stand your ground states, homicides in which white shooters kill black victims are deemed justifiable 5 times more frequently than when the situation is reversed. In Florida, which is considering a repeal of the law was associated with a 45% increase in monthly firearm homicide rates and around a 23% increase among black residents. Caution. Now to get quickly to the legislation in my remaining time, Mr. Speaker. The population should not be fooled by those on the other side. Let me go immediately. The dishonesty, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to self-defense, clause 6. Because self-defense is what we're being told this bill is about. That if somebody comes in your home or you're defending property or that of somebody else, you have the ultimate self-defense. Worry not. The irresponsible utterances of the member of the Toko Sandigrandi, the Minister of Defense, shoot them in their back. Others saying, don't worry, we'll give you firearms, you could shoot and kill. Self-defense population. This is what a court will measure in determining whether defensive force used was reasonable in the circumstances. This is what the court has to take into account, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6(2). So immediately, that shows that what we are being told by the government is false. Because a court has to take A all the way to N into account. And let me tell you what the court will take into account, population. The test that the court will still apply in determining whether to uphold your defense plea in a trial. In a trial. So people have invaded your space, you've shot and killed them, or you use their own weapon against them and they're now deceased. You are going to trial, and this is what the court will measure to see if the self-defense under this bill can be used by you. A, the nature of the force or threat, common law. B, the extent to which the use of force was imminent, and, very importantly, whether there were other means available to respond to the potential use of force. Don't come here and mislead the population immediately. We're put on notice. If there were other means available to respond to the potential use of force, the court is going to look at that, and you will not get the benefit of self-defense. Codified here, black and white, but you want to mislead the population. Shoot a man in his back. C, The occupant's role in the incident. D, whether any party to the incident used or threatened to use a weapon, firearm, or explosive device. E, the size, age, gender, and apparent physical capabilities of the parties to the incident. So you can see, population, a test is put forward by the court for the court to apply. Importantly, F, whether any party to the incident is a person with a mental disorder within the meaning of Mental Health Act. So if a person with a mental health disorder comes into your house and you feel threatened, you can't just shoot and kill them, eh? That's not what we're being told here. You go on. G, the nature, duration, and history of any relationship between the parties to the incident, including 1, any prior use or threat of force and the nature of that force or threat, or 2, whether either party ever applied for or obtained an order against the other in accordance with the Domestic Violence Act. So a dispute with your neighbor, all those things are going to be taken into play by the judge. Any history, H, of interaction or communication between the parties to the incident. This one is the introduction of a test. I, the nature and proportionality of the occupant's response to the use or threat of force. Mr. Speaker will know, and everyone in this room who can read would understand that means you do not have a carte blanche permission to shoot anybody and kill anybody who comes into your house. Because the court is going to look at the nature and proportionality of the occupant's response to the use or threat of force after it looks at whether there were other means available to respond. J, whether the occupant acted under mistaken belief of imminent threat or use of force and the mistake was a reasonable one to have made. This one, the next one, concerns me in particular. And this is what the population needs to know through you, Mr. Speaker. K, whether there was any possibility that the occupant could have safely retreated. I will read that again because it is obvious that those on the other side are being misled by someone because they have stood here and said you have no duty to retreat. This now introduces on you a duty to retreat that the common law doesn't. Clause 6(2)(k), whether there was a possibility that the occupant could have safely retreated. What clearer language could be used, Mr. Speaker? You now have an obligation to retreat because the court is going to look at it and a judge is going to say, measuring, which hindsight is always difficult, as Mr. Speaker would know, when you're testing what goes on in reality. Because a judge and jury not there at the proverbial 2 a.m. in the morning. But now we're putting into law that a court will look at whether there was a possibility, a possibility that the occupant could have safely retreated. L, having regard to the circumstances, an occupant acting for legitimate purpose may not be able to weigh to a precise degree the exact measure of any necessary action. M, whether the occupant did what he honestly and instinctively thought was necessary for a legitimate purpose. And N, any other compelling factors based on the circumstances of the case, as wide as you can go, Mr. Speaker. So do not come here today, as you have done with your 2 previous speakers, and attempt to hoodwink the population, to have them believe that this bill now makes it easier for you in circumstances where, God forbid, you face the difficulties, the trauma, and the criminal activity of a home invasion. We cannot sit on this side and allow some irresponsible individuals on the other side, because there is no way all 26 on the other side would support misleading the population. You now have a responsibility to retreat. That is what that clause says. Mr. Speaker, it also goes on, and you know what the irony is? And I suspect when they were passing this, you look at the application of the Act at Section 4. It says, subject to the provisions of this Act, an occupant of a dwelling house has no duty to retreat from a home invader at the dwelling house, right? So that is what could fool people. But then when you get into the test that the court will apply if you have to use self-defense, it is clear there that that obligation is now put on you. Mr. Speaker, this law also now confuses for those persons who live, and many people in Trinidad and Tobago do, in situations where there are common areas, there are no easy demarkable boundaries, where persons live in a property, a dwelling house as it's defined, where there's no gate, there's no fence. For example, in Shafford Court in Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, St. Francois Plannings in Belmont in my constituency, where it is corridors and staircases that we all have to traverse as common areas. And that applies even to the One Woodbrook places and the other upscale residents that exist throughout Trinidad and Tobago. This law now confuses it as to what the boundaries are when they talk about public places and curtilage. What this is doing is making the application of the law so much more difficult, but more offensively, Mr. Speaker, this is a clear attempt by those on the other side who are using the emotions that we all feel as law-abiding citizens under attacks from criminals. We all feel the threat of. So, Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, and many more that my colleagues who will speak later on after me will highlight and articulate, those are the reasons, Trinidad and Tobago, why we are compelled to say this is bad law and it cannot be supported by us on this side. And furthermore, we would be derelict in our duties if we allowed them to hoodwink the population, to fool the population as to what this legislation really does and really states. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Seeing that you found it necessary to cite from an academic publication that I had written, I think it is necessary, without getting into debate, to clarify. You would have noticed, and you made reference to it, that I said in that article that what was needed was a clear policy demarcation, right?
Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to assist you, I would suggest you leave it right alone. Because you...
Right. No, I'm not getting myself in debate. I'm simply pointing. All right, I don't need your assistance, Mauro. Neither does St. Augustine. All right, what I was pointing to is 6.2 can be referred to as a portmanteau section. There is no case. I just simply want to make the point, and Port of Spain South would know this. There is no case decided in any court, in any apex court, in any part of the world, that sets out the factors to be considered here. All right? So, insofar as that is concerned, that is the policy aspect that I referred to here. Insofar as the duty to retreat Port of Spain North, it's one factor, right? Let's get the law clear on it. Whether or not you could have retreated, let's get the law clear for the accuracy of the public record. Is but one factor to determine whether or not the force is actually necessary. That's decided in common law, and Port of Spain South knows that. The case is Beckford and the Queen, once you have an honest belief. Okay? Oropuch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I need to flip through my notes. I believe you have taken away the first 2 points I was about to make. In response to the last speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is for me a great pleasure and a privilege to speak on this particular matter that is of grave import at a time like this, when this country, after 10 of the worst years in our existence, on April 28, that 10-year plague came to an end. When Trinidad and Tobago placed their faith once again in the caring hands of the Member of Parliament for Siparia and the United National Congress. Mr. Speaker, when the United National Congress our case to the national community, the electorate, we made certain pledges, promises, which we intend to keep. Of fundamental note was the issue of crime, of confronting the criminal elements, of returning the society to some modicum of stability, of progress, but of safety. There can be no progress if you're dead. There can be no prosperity if our human capital flees. There can be no growth if society is wiped out by these elements that have taken over this country. And some of the most heinous demonstrations of brutality that we have seen in recent memory. The Attorney General, in piloting this bill, spoke of the murder rate in 2022 or thereabout. The Attorney General, who by practice occupies a seat in this chamber as a fundamental pillar of a government. He's not to be treated as an invitee, as a guest, as someone who don't belong here. And Senator Jeremy, senior counsel, is himself a man of scholarship, an academic, a practitioner, and has returned to serve his country again as Attorney General. Which is more than we can say about a former Attorney General, Reginald Amo, I think is a former Attorney General here, who was caught in some type of untruth in a Florida court. And Lord. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me get to Port of Spain North, since I think he's eager for me to focus on him. Mr. Speaker, both of us are attorneys at law. And although executive life did deny me the opportunity for a long-term practice, I think we both have the same track record. I think we share the same track record. And as regrettable as that sounds, Mr. Speaker, there are certain specific issues I would like to raise. But, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Port of Spain North St. Anne's West served as this country's Prime Minister. Whether it's for 1 hour or 1 day, whatever. He served this country at the highest executive office and has served, I believe, as Minister in the Office of the Attorney General as well, and other positions and so on. And today, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West spoke about all the academics and the scholars and what they have written and all they have written on this matter and their conclusions and their data and the science and so on this matter of home invasion. But you know, Mr. Speaker, what I want to begin with? I will quote, Mr. Speaker, not from the scientists at this point, we'll get to them later. I'll quote from the ordinary newspaper articles that the people of Trinidad and Tobago suffer. The victims and the families of victims. And if we just go back, and I will begin 7th October 2020. That's 5 years ago. 7th of October 2020. CNC 3. Home invasions on the rise. Then Deputy Commissioner McDonald Jacob confirmed that there has been increased reports of robberies at homes in the last 3 months. Within 48 hours, at least 3 home invasions have been reported, etc., etc. I won't read it at length. Mr. Speaker, and then you go again. 9th January 2023. 23. Home invasions on the rise again. Between 2015 and 2022, there were more than 14,663 burglaries and break-ins in Trinidad and Tobago, and a majority being at dwelling homes. Mr. Speaker, we go again. Preparedness is the key in dealing with home invasions. A story about home invasions becoming popular among criminals in Trinidad and Tobago over the Easter weekend, and we are dealing with 13th April 2023. 2023. We haven't reached 25 yet. Home invasions are popular among criminals. 4 home invasions in various parts of the country over the Easter weekend. Mr. Speaker, we move again. And this is a real story. It's not the scholarship and the academic and the scientists and the PhD. This is the story of Trinidad and Tobago, of victims, Mr. Speaker, and a lengthy story again. Criminals targeting the elderly, deadly home invasions, new TTPS unit making arrest. And this story, Mr. Speaker, is taken from the Trinidad Guardian in 2023. Mr. Speaker, 2023. We go again. Trinidad Guardian, August 2023. Again, a story. Husband fatally shot, protecting wife during home invasion. And I can read the story at length, but there's no need to read that horrible, horrific story that follows about the brutality and killing of a husband in front of his wife who sought to protect his wife during a home invasion. Mr. Speaker, it crawls your blood to even read this and put it on the record that way. Religious leaders call for citizens to, quote-unquote, empty the clip on criminals. 2023, 17th August. April 2024, we're coming up. Trinidad, Canada resident beaten during home invasion. And this is a dimension that we have not yet placed on the record. That when you have the criminal elements like this operating, home invasions, 4 on the weekend, which tourists visiting relatives who want to come here? Who would want to come here to spend their money to visit sites, to stay at the family home in some cases? When you report this, which is the truth, when it is reported, it has an implication even on the economic well-being of the society, of the country. So Canada resident beaten, Trinidad, Canada resident. And that was April 5th, 2024. You come down the road again, Mr. Speaker. August 27th, 2024. Woman, son terrorized by 7 bandits in Valsayn home invasion. There's a deafening silence opposite. I think they are reflecting. Mr. Speaker, again, on the 7 bandits on the last Monday afternoon stormed the house of a medical professional, Mr. Speaker, terrorized the occupants, Mr. Speaker, and inflicted bodily wounds on a female elderly citizen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, next story we have here, Wednesday, 16th October 2024. 2024, bandits dressed as police terrorize Moruga family. Terrorize Moruga family. Mr. Speaker, in home invasion. Mr. Speaker, we come up now to August 2025, and thereabout, Mr. Speaker. Princestown pensioner raped during home invasion. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality. What all the scholars have to say about this? What all the scientists have to say about this? What all the research data say about this? What we should sit down and do nothing. For 10 years, they did nothing. The murder rate hit 624. They did nothing. This was happening in the country. They did nothing. You know today they have the solutions? Today they come and say, we have the solution. No, you don't need this, you don't need this. We could do something else. What did you do for 10 years? Absolutely nothing. We come today with a piece of legislation, and I am shocked that they would not bring one amendment, one new clause. They would not bring any solution, any suggestion, any recommendation. They just say, look, we don't want this. No, this is no good. No, we can't do this, can't do this. Don't do it. Don't do anything so that this situation can continue unabated. That is their position. And Rio Claro man, 80, burnt during home invasion. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on and on. I have a book here in my hand with all these stories here. Mr. Speaker, I have it here. Mr. Speaker, with this as the background, the member for Siparia took the bold step in an election campaign to speak about stand your ground legislation. And to craft this new criminal offense that deals with this matter. And I'm hearing members on the other side, we don't need law, we need to implement law, and so on. But you implemented law for 10 years, what happened? Nothing. What is the former minister, Hines, I think was his name, was it? Yeah. What did he do? The sleepy one, yes. And has disappeared. Mr. Speaker, he has gone into some kind of karmic sleep. They won't know about that, but it's a long sleep. He has disappeared, Mr. Speaker, and he cannot be seen. Cannot be heard, Mr. Speaker, and presided with the member for Port of Spain South today, we forgot. He was the Minister of State in the Ministry of then National Security, telling us we have the solution. But they couldn't bring any solution when they were there. And you know, it's easy for the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West to say, remove the emotion. You just heard the headlines I read there. How you read that without emotion? I don't know how you could read that without emotion, but you must be cold, heartless. I mean, you have to be of a different character to say that, you can't feel for that type of story. And when they speak, Mr. Speaker, they tell us this is not, of course, the magic pill, but the Attorney General said that in his opening speech. He said this must go along with other pieces of legislation, other strategies, policies, and so on. But we have to give residents, owners, homeowners, and so on, a chance to defend their property and defend themselves and their family, not only with firearm, with other weapons that may be available. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the constitutionality, I just wanted to make a point that, yes, the Attorney General indicated and has instructed that there was consideration, deep consideration over the constitutionality issue, and it was removed. But I remember in all this discussion, I read something about it as well. Again, no need to read at length. There was a gentleman sitting on this side here, the gentleman. And every time he opened his mouth, it's Suraj. It's Surat, and then it changed to Suraj, and then it would have been changed to Hansraj. So he always have. But the point he was making, or trying to make, is that the Privy Council, our law, determined that in moving forward, we can infringe Section 4 rights with a simple majority if it is proportional, if it suits the public interest. And again, there's a long note on this, which maybe later, if I have time, I'll read into the record that the Attorney General has considered that. So that is anything devilish and mischievous. It is done deliberately. We understand that. We understand that, Mr. Speaker. And the Law Reform Commission, to put on record again, Monday, 18th August 2025, Law Reform Commission endorses Stand Your Ground law. Praising the Law Reform Commission, but forget that they endorse Stand Your Ground law. They endorse that. The Law Reform Commission has argued that despite the Stand Your Ground laws being in contravention of certain parts of the Constitution, the recent rate of crime which seems to persist makes it necessary to establish a law that preserves the lives of law-abiding citizens. And the rash of home invasion across Trinidad and Tobago cannot be taken lightly. The traumatic accounts of being tied up, threatened, beaten by bandits, ransacking their homes for cash and other valuable items, and citizens have also lost their lives in home invasion. And they make the point, which was made before, there are no specific laws to home invasion, and is therefore necessary, as the member for Toko, Sandy Grande, in a brilliant address to the House today, I want to compliment him, gave a precise, concise, practical, and comprehensive statement on this law. And he said clearly this is codifying and it seeks protection. There was another contradiction that came out from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. He was saying on the one hand, this law is not necessary. And it gives the impression that you could shoot to kill and shoot anybody, and anybody come by the door, shoot them down. And then on the other hand, he says there are parts here that actually places some type of balance on the alleged attacker, that you have to, the famous section K, that there's a balance that you have to look, and it's not a responsibility per se, it's whether you could have retreated or not. I'm not sure it's a responsibility, but again, the lawyers will argue that, no problem with that. But bring solutions, bring policy change if you want, bring legislative intervention. But you cannot bury your heads in the proverbial sand and say, we will do nothing. We will do nothing. Let the worst continue. Look at another article put on the record, 26 November 2025. That's today, I believe. Is it? Yes. Yeah, 26 November 2025. Trinidad Express today. Victim of home invasion pleads for stand your ground laws. This is today. You telling me about the academic in America 5 years ago. What do you say about it? Look, the victim said, man, bring it. We can't wait. Mr. Speaker, we live in a society where if a mango fall on the galvanized roof outside, you jump. If somebody go in the washroom and slam the seat, you fly up. It is a frightening society. And with home invasion, sometimes you go to sleep, and I will tell you, because you're reading this a lot and you're seeing it and it's the truth, sometimes you dream of a home invasion. You're sleeping and you're thinking somebody outside by the door, and you actually might dream somebody in the yard or at the door, because you are so preoccupied with that and security. Some people have CCTV camera, you know, these screens with about 12, small screen on it. And if one not working, they're paranoid. 11 working, one not working. But they're paranoid about that one block, thinking that somebody could crawl in, stand up there, enter the home in the night, invade. When we were growing up, I remember, our parents would say, Mr. Speaker, come home before it get dark. Meaning 6 o'clock and thereabout and so on. Come home before it get dark. Everybody have been inside. They slam the door, take the lock and lock the front gate, because we believe that this home was sacred. But it was a place of safety. That the children and the parents, you were only safe if you were at home. You can't be safe outside. Today, what has happened to that? You're petrified if you're at home, and you are terrified if you're outside. And we must do something. And the government, led by the member for Siparia, has decided to do something in record time. Record time. To come to the parliament. Widespread national consultations took place across the country, Trinidad and Tobago. Policy drafted by the Legislative Review Commission. Bill drafted in record time. In the parliament in record time. Debating, possibly passage, and then we go to implement. But today, what is also amazing is my friends opposite, when they speak, apart from telling us what the scientists say, they come now and say, but what about the maid going by the wrong house? The children come with Halloween basket and they go on by the door. And you didn't expect Halloween night children to come with a basket. And then, what's the next one again? Somebody is mentally challenged and they come by the door. Now, all of those stories we read already. In the United States, there are several articles about that. The same Google search you did, we do. So we know of all of that. The maid lady went by the wrong house. And in some of those cases, persons were convicted. They were convicted. In some cases, persons were acquitted, but in some cases, they were convicted. But the law that we are passing today speaks about grossly disproportionate. Grossly disproportionate. And as we said, you can't take the hammer to kill the fly. You can't take the small pin to do the job of a big drill. I think it's a fair analogy. So you have to be proportionate. That's the point I'm making without, getting too much in it. But I think that point is made. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, because it will be grossly disproportionate to use a small pin if you require the big bit. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the meaning that is in the legislation. So it still gives you, that emphasis that you have to, is a balancing act as well as we seek to protect homeowners by changing the law and in some cases codifying the common law. And that is, Mr. Speaker, where we are today. That is where we are today. Mr. Speaker, a couple other points made by colleagues opposite. Slapdash legislation. We come here with slapdash. What's slapdash legislation? We came with a bill with 9 clauses, Mr. Speaker, well thought out. They have no amendments to offer at all. They're just against everything. They're against everything. Nobody has an amendment here. Mr. Speaker, the other point, I want to put on record now. It is despicable. It is disgraceful. It is unacceptable. It is untenable. All of that is for want of words. That members opposite will take this and somehow inject ethnic and racial connotations to making a law to protect all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it is unbelievable. We all know, we watch TV, the challenges that the American society face managing their diversity and managing serious issues of social class and crime and perceptions and property class against other social classes that is also linked to color. We only know of those challenges, we know. But Mr. Speaker, those cases, they're American cases and so on. In Trinidad and Tobago, all citizens are victims of crime, regardless of race, color, creed. They are victims of crime. And I will tell you as well, the perpetrators, they are of every race as well. The attackers will be of every race. There's no one race attacking. Go and see when they charge people, at least from the arrest point of view, member for Tanapuna. It is people of every race, different color. So there's no, I want to tell my friends opposite, particularly my friends to the right of me, many of them are rookie, They now join the campus. And I want to tell them, the attorney, I will follow the footsteps of the Attorney General and I leave you alone. But what I tell you is, please, try not to take advice from those on your right. Try your best. It will lead you in good stead. It will lead you in good stead. It will lead you in good stead. Don't go down that road. You're too young. Don't go down that road. Leave that for young. Mr. Speaker, so we know of those things, dispute with neighbor. The boyfriend came and he doesn't want to leave the house. And you tell him, get out, but he don't want to leave the house. So he's an invader. Okay, we know of all of that, the social realities and so on. How much really, let me ask you something. Of all the headlines I read earlier, all those headlines I read, I can read more. Which one talk about the boyfriend didn't want to go home? Which one talk about the boy next door came and pick a mango and we mistake him for something else? Why those things happen, in large-scale societies and so on. In Trinidad, what I gave you there was a reality. That was the reality we are confronted with. That is it, Mr. Speaker. So to come here and frighten people that, this thing cannot work and it will not help, and in fact you will be more exposed and vulnerable than you were before, is really, Mr. Speaker, to instill fear in the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And I remember when we were debating, some of us have been on the compound for a long time, when we were debating kidnapping for ransom, which was a big issue in the first decade here, 2008, 9, somewhere there. In fact, I think the distinguished Senator Attorney General may have been wrong as well. There were some who said that this will change nothing, and we should do nothing. The police should deal with kidnapping. And after a while, the data suggests that that legislation, which was agreed to between the then government and the then opposition, agreed to, a different type of opposition, a progressive opposition, agreed with the then government. In fact, the member for Siparia was on the opposition, and the senator was the Attorney General of the country. And the member for Siparia was part of a team that negotiated over several pieces of legislation. And we fixed it. It led to a sustained decline, almost eradication of kidnapping for ransom. They don't have that type of maturity, that spirit of patriotism. They don't have that commitment to the public interest. They are discussing, Mr. Speaker, who got robbed, where and how. That is their concern. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go back to the member for Port of Spain South, because, Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain South, I was more disappointed in him today than I was before. Every time he speaks, he disappoints me, but today it was worse. Mr. Speaker, a senior counsel like himself, you know, well, I think 3/4 of them is senior counsel. Mr. Speaker, they spoke, and he came again to tell us, you know, property. When did we confuse property with life and so on? The member for Toko Sandy Grande pointed out, if you're robbing a bank, in the process of robbing a bank, you're looking for money, you're taking money, the security guard shoots you, you're dead. Property? You didn't go there willfully to kill the manager of the bank or the teller. You went for money. You're robbing. But he made this thing like if it's some new creature we are creating, some new legal character. We are changing, you know, the fundamental, and we are revolutionizing our legal principles and so on. Mr. Speaker, people get shot when they're committing robbery. So if someone come in your home, what do? They're with a gun in front of you. Boss, tell me first. You come here for the money, or you come here to attack my family? And when we get that clear, then I will know how I respond. That's what we're doing? Yeah. That's what you're doing? Why don't you, when the bandit come, you give them a little box to check out? I am attacking for money. I'm attacking for this. I'm attacking for that. Take off the box. That is where they are carrying this argument. When people come into your home, you have to assume that they come there to do the worst, not the best. And the member for Port of Spain South came with this business, you know, and said that the law was disproportionate, lazy, incompetent. That member was a Minister of National Security, talking about competence and incompetence of a government and laziness. He talking about, and they did nothing. When I tell you nothing, you heard of the CCTV cameras and think 40% of them were not working. Yeah, not working when they came in office. Now we are trying to fix it, they bother with that. Mr. Speaker, he went on to talk about the fabric of the society. Well, I don't know what he meant there. The government, and they cannot trust the government. We are 6 months into office, 7 months. He talks about you can't trust the government. 6 months. What is he talking about? What is that about? That is to instill fear in the community. But I want to remind members of the national community that the bill we are dealing with today has a fundamental role in protecting citizens and giving you the right to defend yourself and the protection of the law and the government in doing that. That is the objective of what we are doing today. And you know, I don't know why they are confusing themselves this way. I don't know why some of them getting jittery when we bring laws like this. I don't know why. I can't explain that one, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to tell my friends opposite is, see, in this matter, you either get on the bus or you go under the bus. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, the member for Port of Spain South telling us that guests don't want to leave the house and so on. Anyway, I dealt with that already. Someone seeking shelter He said that in the debate, you know. Somebody come into your house 2 o'clock in the morning and tell you it's raining. They come to shelter. You know? Yeah, that is what they are about. And I was shocked. The member for Port of Spain South is at times slightly more prepared. But today, no. He must have been occupied over the last few days. Yes? Yes. Mr. Speaker, the other matter, I made the point already that you can change law and change behavior. We have done it in this society already. We have done it here already because we have passed what to us appeared to be, groundbreaking law. We have passed that. And we have seen changes in human behavior. It was there too with the seatbelt legislation. There was a time in this country when nobody could believe you could wear a seatbelt. And when it came out, everybody, they said, no, that's not for me. That will pin me up and it will be tight around my belly and the chest and so on. Today, there are some people who, if they don't put on a seatbelt, they feel terrified. If you're on the highway and you're not wearing a seatbelt, you can't function. But behavior can change when the law changes that way, to instill, to compel a particular behavior. And the member for Toko Sandy Grande, he said it. He said, when you pass this law, protect the homeowner, the occupier, in this way, what happens, Mr. Speaker, is that they think twice. If I come into this home, what is likely to happen? Because apart from the homeowner possibly having a licensed firearm, they have certain rights now where they can lick me down, so to speak, in local parlance, and they are protected. So they have a certain leeway, a certain leverage, certain latitude, and that is what we want to give citizens, that right. Because let's face it, over the last 10 years or so, the TTPS has not been able to defend citizens in the manner that they ought to have been. That is why we have these headlines I read. If the TTPS could have done it over the last 10 years, they would have done it. But they were not able to. And you read about these things, Mr. Speaker, challenges that we face given what we inherited. Given what we inherited, we are trying to fix it. What we inherited, it will not fix overnight. It will not fix with the passage of one piece of legislation. But it can. Mr. Speaker, as we said, the bill provides that the defenses would not be valid in certain circumstances. Mr. Speaker, where the individual against whom force is used has a right to be in the dwelling, where the force is grossly disproportionate, where the persons themselves in the dwelling place is involved in criminal activities. They will not be able to hold on to that defense. So we provide for that. Mr. Speaker, the offense of home invasion, in brief, is called the unlawful entry into a dwelling house with intent to use or threaten force. It may involve weapons, firearms, and explosives. The offense covers such acts as injury, grievous bodily harm, grievous sexual assault, rape, death, theft, property damage. And of course, there are instances where those offenses can be aggravated, and escalated because of gang involvement. Members of a gang are involved. It is part of organized crime. There's an invasion in the presence of children, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, or vulnerable persons, and the law defines vulnerable persons as well. Just for the record, we should probably indicate what the Act says about vulnerable persons, Mr. Speaker. I think the definition is captured. Vulnerable person means a person who is, by reason of mental or physical infirmity, disability or incapacity, incapable of protecting himself from abuse, neglect, and self-neglect. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important aspect because it suggests, Mr. Speaker, that we are now protecting, there's an extra level of protection to persons who cannot protect themselves. So while we are protecting able-bodied people, men and women, there's a special protection that you aggravate this offense if it is a senior citizen. And I read one of the headlines involving a senior citizen. Children, the differently abled, vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, that is the nature of this bill. And of course, it adds to the defense of person, the defense of property. And property is sacred. The right to property, the member for Toko Sandigrani told us, is a constitutional right as well. It is sacred, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, while it builds on the Castle Doctrine, it goes slightly beyond and codifies existing law, and the constitutionality, as there is a non-issue that has been dealt with. The Attorney General, in his wisdom, referred to that, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition, in response, tries to be alarmist. They are alarmists. They would like the society to panic. They would like nothing to be done to begin with. Nothing should be done. You know, so far we have heard from, I think, 2 or 3 members opposite. I can't remember now. But we have heard from members opposite. So we have the tenor of the argument. And you know, no one referred to the victims. We're dealing with home invasion, all of this criminal activity. And there was not one reference. There was this cliched mantra-type statement, we don't like how crime going, the thing's not good, and we want to not have a society full of crime. But no reference to victims, no reference to the elderly, no reference to those who suffer. And today we bring the legislation to deal with it. No amendment, no solution, no recommendation, nothing. And then they say they care, we're concerned, we must do something, but do what? But, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear, which a political leader, Prime Minister, has said often enough, that doing nothing is not an option. That's right. Mr. Speaker, doing nothing is not an option. We must act, and we must act now. Destiny calls us to act. If we do nothing, we would be remembered for doing nothing. But if we act, we will be remembered that we came, we saw, and as Shakespeare said, we conquered. And conquering means getting the right laws and policies in place to deal with crime. Mr. Speaker, I would say I have spent as much as 15 years working through in government, the National Security Council, in opposition, the Joint Select Committee on National Security, and has served, of course, in opposition as Shadow Minister of National Security for some time, along with my brilliant colleague from Barataria, Sanwa. We spent a lot of time dealing with these security matters and so on. And this is not something for us that is, ad hoc. It is not ad hoc. In September 23rd, I believe, 2024, last year, at a press conference held by the United National Congress in Chaguanas, we spoke at length, and we said when we got into office, we will come with home invasion law to give citizens a fighting chance. We added, of course, other matters to it as well. And that is what we are doing. We are fulfilling a pledge that we have made. And that pledge is sacred. And members opposite, I ask you to support this bill, to stand with us, to defend citizens. Don't be remembered as the opposition that voted against the protection of homeowners, that voted against giving ordinary citizens a right to take action against bandits, criminal elements. Don't be remembered for that. It's so early that people will remember that you never supported legislation to deal with protecting citizens. This is just one. There are other major criminal enterprise that we have to deal with as we go along. This is one area, but it's a very significant area. Very, very significant. We have to do more, much more. But in this matter, I ask the opposition to join us, to support us, and to ensure that this bill is passed, it is implemented, and if need be, as we go along, if there are any other issues that will arise as you go along, that's how it is. The world is like that. You can come and make amendments later if we realize after 1 year, 2 years, whatever, that we need to tweak here and there. But we need to pass. We need to pass, and you cannot provide, let me say this as well in closing, Mr. Speaker. You cannot provide for every eventuality when you make law. You can't. You have to be generalized at some time. You can't just build a law and say, well, every single thing that could happen, we're dealing with it. It doesn't work like that. It can't. As you go along, things change. The criminal mind changes, their instruments change, everything. And you have to adjust. But in this matter, we are clear where we are standing. we are clear what we stand for. And Mr. Speaker, I therefore, with those few words, ask my colleagues and congratulate those on this side who have spoken already for the comprehensive, precise presentations. And I leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. I remove the bills. Thank you very much.
San Fernando East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this very important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am truly today taken aback by the level of joviality and laissez-faire attitude by those on the other side concerning this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are lives on the line here with this piece of legislation. Lives on the line, Mr. Speaker. Yet those on the other side seem to have a very flip attitude towards this document. I sat here, I listened to the member for Oropouche East. The member for Oropouche East spent his entire time not referring to the actual bill that we're discussing today. And only in the last 15 minutes of his contribution did he actually refer to the document. He went through all of these incidents of home invasion that have happened in the past few years, Mr. Speaker. But you know what he didn't do? He didn't say how this piece of document here was going to ever assist any of those persons who were victims of home invasions in the past few years. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I strongly suspect he didn't because he can't, because that is not what this bill does. They've been selling one dream, Mr. Speaker, while the bill says something quite different. We had our friend, Mr. Legal Luminary Toko Sangregrandi, who spoke in his chamber at length. I thought he would use his vast legal acumen to clear up some of the major issues that many legal minds in this country have with this piece of legislation. He did none of that. He skirted some of the major gray areas in this bill and its major issues, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm sure he did that because he can't justify it. Mr. Speaker, there's a two-word term in this bill, honestly believed, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to hear that term over and over and over as I go forward. Mr. Speaker, we on this side maintain that what those on the other side are trying to do is to turn this country into the wild, wild west. That is what they're doing. It reminds me of a song from a Jamaican artist that I like, Mr. Speaker, where they're trying to turn this country into a cowboy town, Mr. Speaker. We have a prime minister threatening to cuff people down. We have a member from Toko Sangregrandi talking about shoot to kill. In many of the consultations that we had, shoot people in the back, shoot, 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 kill, kill, kill. All this they have done, and this bill has done, is to promote and elevate violence in this country, Mr. Speaker. That is all the bill does. And the most dangerous part about it is that the very same homeowners that they're talking about are the very same people who become victims of these crimes, Mr. Speaker. It will simply elevate the level of violence because they are giving the impression that homeowners in this country can engage in behavior. They're giving them false courage that they should engage criminals in situations where they would be better off not doing so, Mr. Speaker. They'd be better off not doing so. And there are some situations where
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 55-1B. We have heard these points traversed by all opposition members.
Yes, San Fernando East. Move on a little bit. It's really repetitious now. I mean, the point's been made over and over ad nauseum. So perhaps you could get to the substance of your contribution.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me say something they haven't heard. They want to talk about crime, and they only want to talk about the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind the people of this country of the genesis of the runaway crime in this country, Mr. Speaker. In the period 2010 to 2015, we had an incident of corruption in this country that still resonates in this country today. It's still today, and Mr. Speaker, this bill...
Are you going? No.
Mr. Speaker, they've been speaking about the past 10 years all afternoon.
San Fernando East, listen, we've been getting along very well. Let's stick to the provisions. Everyone has stuck to the provisions of the bill. That's entirely irrelevant. Come on. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, there was a period of time, and this bill is meant to deal with crime. That's what they say. Yeah. It's meant to deal with home invasions, Mr. Speaker.
It is meant to provide, as I told Port of Spain North, it could be looked at as a legislative portmanteau. You know what that is? It's a carry-all. It's a legislative carry-all. So come on, let's stick to it. We've been getting along very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they're using this legislation to attempt to turn this country into the wild, wild west, Mr. Speaker. Good. So let me move to the core purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker. They want to establish home invasion as a criminal offense. It grants occupants of a dwelling house the right to stand their ground with no duty to retreat, allows use of defensive force, including deadly force, in self-defense or defense of property, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you heard deadly force, lives on the line, people on the other side making jokes, right? So, Mr. Speaker, the law already exists, Mr. Speaker, where the people of this country are allowed to defend themselves. The self-defense laws are already codified in common law, and it deals with proportionality, Mr. Speaker. The bill reflects principles found in the Castle Doctrine, Mr. Speaker, and Stand Your Ground laws, which originated in English common law. Mr. Speaker, I do not need any assistance from Legally Blonde from St. Augustine, Mr. Speaker. I do not need any assistance.
You are the first to habitually complain about name calling. And there you are, rushing past the post. And there you are, rushing past the post to refer to the member of St. Augustine. Yes, but that doesn't mean you have to have recourse to that kind of... I'll require to apologize to the member.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, signing order 48-6. The member has to apologize to the member for St. Augustine.
I will require to apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. I've already withdrawn my statement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so proportionality, as with the self-defense laws.
This is unacceptable. 48-6. The member is disparaging in his comment towards the member for St. Augustine, and we will take nothing less but an apology and a withdrawal.
San Fernando East. Come on,
Mr. Speaker, I have already withdrawn my statement.
And apologize.
I apologize. Right. Mr. Speaker, we move on. Mr. Speaker, the self-defense laws of common law deal with proportionality, Mr. Speaker. And proportionality means actions, restrictions, or punishments must not exceed what is necessary to achieve a legitimate aim, Mr. Speaker. And in many cases, that legitimate aim is the preservation of life. What they are saying to the population, Mr. Speaker, is that they're giving them carte blanche and free rein to engage with the criminal element in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
And
Speaker,
in many cases, that is going to
Standing
end in
order
death
55-1B.
citizens of this
the
country.
member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, raised these matters. We are engaging in tedious repetition from the member from San Fernando.
Yes, San Fernando East, I thought you were moving on to a different point. You've made that point. I can pull it up on the Hansard, but I think you've made that point about 10 times in the short time you've been speaking. So let's just move on.
Mr. Speaker, let's deal with some of the weaknesses of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And as we know, in criminal law in Trinidad and Tobago, there must be actus rea, mens rea. Actus rea means the physical action of the committal of the crime. Actus reus, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mens rea is to the intent involved, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to the guilty mind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the major weaknesses of this legislation that is promoting chaos and mayhem.
In some peace, please.
That is promoting chaos and mayhem in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the risk of excessive force, Mr. Speaker. That is what the legislation promotes, Mr. Speaker, because it is simple cut and paste legislation from those on the other side, because that is what they have been doing. They've been cut and pasting legislation, and this piece of document, Mr. Speaker, is cowboy legislation. They want to promote more and more violence in this society, Mr. Speaker, because they don't want to admit that they have already failed in
Speaker,
fighting crime in this country.
Standing Order 55-1B. You've repeatedly asked the member to move on, and the member continues to repeat the exact same points.
Fernando East, I think it's too many times for me to recall now, but I think in the short time, you started at 6:44.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me move on.
In 9 minutes, you made that point at least
Let's move on,
15
Mr.
times.
Speaker, to discussing the ambiguity of honest belief, which is something I had hoped that my friend from Toko Sandy Grande would have addressed. Mr. Speaker, reliance on what an occupant honestly believes may create subjective standards that are hard for courts to assess consistently, Mr. Speaker. We're asking the courts of this country to read minds. Many legal minds that have read this and have made comments in the public space spoke about these two words, honest belief. I thought Toko would have said something about it. He said nothing, Mr. Speaker. Honest belief. And it's very dangerous. I was hoping that those on the other side would have presented at least a single shred of data or evidence that this piece of legislation would have reduced crime in a single jurisdiction in which it was implemented. Not a single one did, Mr. Speaker. Guess why?
Mr. Speaker,
because it doesn't.
Standing
Mr. Speaker.
Order 55-1B. I would also like, Mr. Speaker, to refer your attention to Standing Order 53-2.
San Fernando East, I think you made the point. It has reached a stage of an ad nauseum classification now. I'm not going to invoke 53-2, but I'm going to ask you, you've made the point. Let's just move on. Examine the provisions of the bill. You've made that point. Ad nauseum now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me present some interesting data to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Do this. I habitually grant the 15 minutes, but I'm putting you on notice. I'm not inclined to grant 15 minutes because you've repeated the same point over and over. I'm putting you on notice now.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
let's
Speaker.
move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your usual even-handed management of these affairs. I greatly appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, the key data points in jurisdictions where stand your ground legislation has been implemented, Mr. Speaker, and this is coming from an independent source. These are not made-up numbers, much like Point Fortin's Petrotrin numbers. These are actual numbers coming from a reliable source, Mr. Speaker. The research by the RAND Foundation, Mr. Speaker, and the RAND Foundation, or RAND Corporation, is a non-profit, non-partisan research organization that produces evidence-based analysis on global policy issues, Mr. Speaker. And this is what they found. Research by RAND found that states in the United States adopting stand your ground laws experienced a 7 to 10% increase in homicides, with no evidence of crime deterrence, Mr. Speaker. No evidence, no data from the other side, because they cannot find any data to support the implementation of this cowboy legislation, Mr. Speaker. 2, no reduction in burglary or assaults. Studies show these laws did not reduce burglary, robbery, or aggravated assault rates, undermining the argument that they prevent home invasions, Mr. Speaker. Oropuch East stood up here without a laundry list of home invasions. Not one time did he say how this piece of legislation would have protected any of those people or saved their lives, because it won't, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to fool the people of this country. We will not be fooled. Mr. Speaker, disproportionate impact. Analysis highlights racial disparities. Defendants are more likely to be acquitted when the victim is black than when the victim is white under stand your ground defenses. This raises concerns about fairness and bias in application, Mr. Speaker. Again, the law in every jurisdiction that it has been implemented has shown that it is skewed against the more vulnerable segment of society, Mr. Speaker. Escalation of violence, Mr. Speaker, as we've been saying from the very beginning. Many of the speakers on this side have said it, and any right-thinking person will see it. This bill gives false courage. It is promoting homeowners to engage with a criminal element, and they're not certain who it is they're engaging with, Mr. Speaker. If it's late at night and you hear someone at your door, you don't know if it's one of them or 10 of them. You don't know if they have guns, knives, cutlass, or whatever. In some cases, Mr. Speaker, it would be in your best interest to preserve your life and your family's lives, to maybe secure yourself in a secure place or to escape through a back door, Mr. Speaker. What they are promoting here is that homeowners engage the criminal element where they may lose their lives, Mr. Speaker. Very, very serious. That is what they're promoting, escalation of violence. Evidence suggests that instead of encouraging de-escalation, these laws increase the likelihood of lethal outcomes. People are more likely to die after this law has been implemented, Mr. Speaker. Not less, more. In lethal outcomes and confrontations, even in situations where retreat was possible. Because as I said, this bill gives false courage. Listening to Toko Sangre-Grandi, you would swear that everybody will all of a sudden turn into John Wayne or Josie Wales. That is not the case. Because you own a gun, it doesn't always mean that you're protected from criminals. In fact, in many cases, when you receive a firearm, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things they tell you is not to tell anyone. Why do you think that is? Because it makes you a target for criminals, Mr. Speaker. Those on the other side have already indicated that they are willing to free sheet, give out FULs to people in this country. And very likely it's going to be family, friends, and financiers, Mr. Speaker. They're not going to be poor people. They're not going to be average citizens in this country. They're going to be family, friends, and financiers
Mr. Speaker,
receiving firearm licenses. Yeah, you got to jump
I
up
wish
boldly.
to turn your attention to 55(1)(b). The member is introducing data and making the exact same points as Portus Bay North, St. Anne's West, and even the member for Portus Bay South. No new points have been introduced into the debate by the member.
I am more concerned with the imputation of improper motive for the bringing of legislation. That's what I'm more concerned about. You did make that imputation. I'm going to ask you to withdraw it and move on. With the amendment of the firearm user's license, you did say that it's for friends, financiers, and family. That plainly is an imputation of...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw.
So
Thank
withdraw
you.
that and also pay heed to 55(1) again.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me show you what the data shows in the United States, where this ridiculous cowboy legislation, cut and paste by the lazy people on the other side, want to introduce in this country. In Florida, adopted in 2005, homicide rates, Mr. Speaker, homicide rates rose by 24% in the decade after adoption of this dangerous piece of legislation, compared to a national average increase of 7%. So after they implemented their Stand Your Ground legislation, there was a 24% increase in murder, Mr. Speaker. Not less, more. In Texas, 2007 adoption saw a 16% increase in firearm-related homicides in the 5 years following adoption. Not less, Mr. Speaker, more murder and mayhem after this legislation was implemented. That is completely against what those on the other side would like to lead us to believe. I want you to believe that you're free from prosecution if you kill someone in your
Mr.
home.
Speaker, Standing Order 55(1)(b). The member is using data to make the exact same points. It is not any new point. Please, I'm begging, Mr. Speaker, we are at the stage where we have raised 55(1)(b) from the time the honourable member started to where we are now with no new point being introduced.
Sanford, I think you've literally arrived at your Icarus moment, insofar as tedious repetition is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greatly appreciate it.
No. It says, I have warned you to move on. I put you on notice that I'm not going to give you the extra 15 minutes. You keep harping on the same point over and over. I'm going to give you one last chance to move on and not tediously repeat the same point you've been making ad nauseum for the last 18 minutes. So please, this is your last chance. I'm warning you. Move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your warning. Mr. Speaker, let us deal with the clauses of the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I move on to clause 6. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about those important two words, honestly believe, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to show how this piece of legislation entrenches and in some places protects racial bias and other kinds of biases in this country, Mr. Speaker. It codifies
Mr.
such
Speaker,
bias.
55(1)B, the member for Port of Spain South and the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, went down the same road. You just warned the honourable member. If the honourable member has nothing new to contribute, he should sit down.
All right, San Fernando East, 55(1)B, in the face of tedious repetition, gives me two options. Having warned you, I can ask you to take your seat, please. Thank you. And that's my first thing. Take your seat. Resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your usual even-handed management.
Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to firstly say how gracious I am to be allowed to enter this debate on this critical piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, prior to entering this House, I was of the opinion that contributions made by parliamentarians took into consideration the pros, the cons, all the variables, the advantages and the disadvantages. And I must say that I have formed a different opinion based on the contributions of the other side. Fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, the question that needs to be asked is whether or not there is a problem in this country with home invasions. And if the answer to that is yes, then we should be concentrating on solutions. Mr. Speaker, we spent quite a number of hours debating this bill. And I am yet to hear those on the other side fundamentally offering their blueprint or their plan. But that will not come, Mr. Speaker, because we have spent 10 years and home invasions continue to plague this country and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, the home invasion or the person who invades homes should be seen as a devil because his intention is to steal, kill, rape, and destroy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the action that is perpetrated against such a person should be opposite and equal. Mr. Speaker, as a Tobagonian, I am aware that crime migrates. Just last evening, we had in Tobago, in the village of Mason Hall, Sandy River in Mason Hall, a drive-by shooting, something that is unheard of in the Tobago space. And therefore, it would be irresponsible of me to stand in this House or sit in this House and not support this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm always averse to any approach by individuals to condemn an attempt to make things better, an attempt to eradicate crime. And that same individual is not as willing to offer a solution. That, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, is nothing else but being very irresponsible, and is a clear-cut case of showing the entire population that you have no interest in solving the problems of the nation, but rather you are placing yourself in a position to condemn any attempt that is made to make this country better. Mr. Speaker, I have sat here and I'm wondering, the victims of these crimes, don't they have constitutional rights? Don't they have families who are suffering? Are they not persons of value and substance that can make valuable contributions to this country to make it better? In the Tobago space, we are bent on doing everything possible to ensure that Tobago becomes the greatest little island on the planet. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we are sensible enough to join with the government and make sure that legislation that comes to this House that is in the best interest of the wider community of Trinidad and Tobago, we will always support. Mr. Speaker, there is an adage that says, evil will continue if good men fail to act. So I fully understand why home invasions continue to grow in this country, because there were no good men to act. The opposition, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, came to this House to play on the emotions of the wider society of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, it's easy to understand why they do not have a plan, a blueprint, or anything that would have stemmed the flow of home invasions. And they have found themselves in a position where they cannot reasonably explain to the population why nothing was done. So they are now purporting that this legislation will injure Trinidad and Tobago rather than make it a better nation. And that is all right, because we have a team, a government, who understands that the people of this country needs a leadership that will demonstrate in a profound manner that they care about people. And I will always stand up against anything that suggests that we do not care for the people of this country. Where is the sympathy for the victims? Where are the rights of the victims? Where is the consideration for the victims? Where is the plan for the last 9 years? Madam Deputy Speaker, it is said you can fool some of the people some of the times, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have lived for many a year and I have looked at how the society has unfolded. And I believe that based on your works, you are rewarded. I think the opposition need to do some retrospection. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies. I am not here to be the greatest speaker, but I'm here to ensure that the wider population of Trinidad and Tobago take time off to examine the people that represent you. Consider whether in truth and in fact they have your best interests at heart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, point of order 48-1.
Overruled.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I almost was disappointed that I didn't have an intrusion. However, I welcome it because facts always affect people. And I have no way of hiding my head in the sand. In Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1.
Member is attempting to make a point, so let's wait for him.
In my short time at this microphone, Madam Speaker, I am quite sure I listen almost every news report, and I'm quite sure there is a problem in this country with home invasions. And I am sure that if we do not make an attempt, a profound attempt, to curb that runaway horse, this country is likely to pay dearly. And if we are all responsible persons in this house, both the government and those on the other side, we will support this legislation because we want to continue to build a Trinidad and Tobago that is attractive to all. We want to build a Trinidad and Tobago that will encourage foreign investment. We want to build a Trinidad and Tobago that will cater for our children and our children's children. And if the opposition don't know, that is what identifies a responsible father. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I close, I just want to say a word is to the wise is sufficient. And if we are interested in building out a product that will cause Trinidad and Tobago to prosper and flourish, we've got to think again and make sure that our contributions suggest that and only that. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for acknowledging me and allowing me to enter this debate for what I expect will be a brief contribution. I do not want to bother the member for Cuba South too much. Madam Speaker, let me start off by saying that every debate that takes place in this House is of national importance. But there are some matters that come before us, some debates that take place here that have the ability to fundamentally change who we are as a nation. And in that sense, there are some debates, I think, that are more important than others. Because those matters that come here may impact our society for the better. In some cases, it may impact our society for the worse. But either way, it is important that in those moments that we as legislators, as representatives of the people elected to serve here in this parliament on their behalf, and as leaders in our society, to put a marker down, to not only say whether we support a bill or not, but to also say to this House and to the nation why we have taken the position that we have taken. Madam Speaker, today is one of those days. Madam Speaker, the bill before us is the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025. And a lot has been said today simply because the bill has come to this House in a way that not many bills come to this House. It has been the subject of widespread discussion in the public space and online platforms because it formed part of the UNC's campaign leading up to the general election. And, quite frankly, the campaign that they have waged since then. And a lot of that discussion, and if we are to be honest, not much of it is really to do with what actually exists in the legislation today, but mostly on the way in which the population has been made to expect that this bill is going to impact their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone in this chamber, members of the public who have joined us in the gallery, the persons who are watching this on television, online, not only now, but who will do so for weeks and months and years to come. Therefore, they also, in the lead up to the campaign, in the lead up to the election, the viral clips of the then opposition leader talking about knock it and crack it and light them up and reload, and the joy very often that was expressed, and I get that it was in the campaign and those things, but the joy that was expressed in sharing those sentiments.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-1.
Overruled. Member, continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am trying hard to walk a line here, and maybe the member will get a chance at some other point. Right? However, Madam Speaker, it is in that sentiment that the public had an expectation. And of course, along with that, there was a understandably less energetic display by the member for Toko Sani Grandi in his own follow-up as well. But we have discussed that at length here, and I will not get further into the expectations that the member during the campaign and even today also has foisted upon the population. Madam Speaker, so against that backdrop, we have come here today. And there are many in this society who have subscribed to what was sold, quote unquote, sold to them. And they truly believe that this bill is the silver bullet that will offer them the protection that they crave and the freedom from fear that they are living with up to today. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have speak more today than you have spoken in months in this House. But keep going. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start at the beginning. Either. Anyway, Madam Speaker, let me start at the beginning, right? And the Attorney General, in his piloting of this bill, spoke about crime and said that crime, there was no quick fix for it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. And that there was no single magic bill to cure this problem. And he spoke about it requiring a strategic approach that empowers the protective services, supports the judicial system, and empowers citizens to protect themselves to feel safer in their homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to respectfully suggest that I think that the Attorney General didn't get it all the way right. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, everything that the Attorney General spoke about was about fixing crime at the point of it being committed. You cannot fix crime if all you are doing is operating at the point where the person has already committed themselves to that path. All you're doing at that point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is moving them around between the courthouse, the prison, and the morgue. So, to fix the ills that have contributed to the state of crime that the Attorney General raised in his piloting of this bill, so to fix those ills, crime, criminality, and the violence that necessarily follows those, the focus must start long before the crime is committed. It requires a whole-of-government approach through policy, through programs, through government assistance, mentorship, and things of that ilk focused on providing young people in particular, but citizens in general, with an avenue or avenues which take them away from crime and criminality. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been said, both by the member for Oropouche East and most recently by the member for Tobago East, that those on this side have offered no solutions. But that is also not true, Madam Deputy Speaker. The way that we combat the journey that takes the individual to the point of invading someone's house is by ensuring that there are programs like the Empower TT program, programs like MILAT and CCC. Programs, and it is interesting, the member for St. Augustine has talked to us about us shutting down. But I saw today, after the member for Mlahokta Talparo made his comments in the House, in December 2024, a graduation ceremony for CCC. So I don't understand what shutdown we shut down. And in fact, member, it was the member for Aruka Lope, if I remember correctly, who gave the commencement speech at that graduation. So they were never shut down by us. You have entered debate. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 53, Standing Order 53. We are trying to listen to the member for Diego Martin Central, and there is constant chatter, utterances, and disturbances from this side. Standing Order 53.
Member, I think that occurs on both sides.
It is happening now, is Standing Order 53.
That'll make it right.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it is programs like that, programs like the Cultural Transformation Policy that was enacted by the member for St. Anne's East. Those programs are geared at transforming the culture of
48-1
that had grown.
48-1. Please
I agree,
be seated.
member.
48-1.
Let's move on.
Sure, Madam Deputy Speaker. All right. It is important, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we do speak about what contributes to that path and how that path can be positively impacted by a government who is actually interested in solving the problem and not leveraging fear. Right? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is always important that we address things that are said here. And the member for Oropouche East said many things, but in his contribution, one of the things that bothered me is that we on this side have said nothing about the victims. That was also mirrored by Tobago East in his contribution. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me state categorically that neither the member for Diego Martin Central nor any member on this side is in favor of exposing a man or a woman in their house to violence, to harm, to any sort of intervention that way from someone who has invaded their home. And our position has never been, the position from this side has not been about that. The position that we have taken is that the legislation has serious flaws in it. Flaws that are to do with the expectation of the public, flaws that are to do with the expectation of the person who in that split second, that moment in time, has to make a decision as to whether or not they are protected, that they are protected by this legislation, and what that means for them. Madam Speaker, we on this side are opposed to the way in which it has been sold to the population, but I and we here fully support the right for any person to protect their family, their children. The issue, however, Madam Speaker, is that already exists in the common law. That right already exists. And that has been explained at length from this side. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, words matter, and the effect of words matter, right? And there has been, obviously, the issue of that phrase that is not explained in clause 3 of this bill of honestly believed, and I will not continue along it because members on this side have spoken to it at length as well and exposed it as a genuine deficiency in this law. But there's also another change that exists in the legislation, and that is the fundamental shift from proportionate to now not grossly disproportionate. And, Madam Speaker, for the non-lawyers who are either viewing now or will at some point in time, what that effectively means is that the bar by which the person who has exercised the right that they believe that they have under this bill to shoot and to kill, that bar is now dramatically lowered. So that protection is there, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in the case of the parent who is at home protecting their family from intruders, I have no issue with that, except that the protection already exists. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, that protection also extends beyond the person's home because of another devil in the details, and that is the inclusion of yet another term that has not been explained in clause 3 of this bill, and that term is an associated place. The idea of an associated place has to be defined because it does not, sorry, Madam Speaker, it is defined in clause 3. My apologies. It is defined in clause 3. But it is not what the average person would legitimately believe it to be under the protection of a homeowner or the occupant of a home, because it extends to any place where a dwelling house is part of a collective in one building or in a group of buildings that all the occupants use in common with each other. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that apartment complexes, townhouse developments, and other gated communities will all fall under this rubric. It means that we now have to worry as a society what happens to us in those shared spaces, in the car park, in the stairwell, in the elevator, in the gym, in the electrical room, in the corridors. Madam Speaker, our issue with this has nothing to do with the fact that we don't support the right of the person in their home to protect their home and their family, you know. It has nothing to do with the fact that we don't stand with the victim. It has to do with the fact that we are saying that this law also creates a new group of victims and potential victims. And that is something that we have to be cognizant of in this house. We must understand that process. It was somebody, it may very well have been Tokosani Grandi, no, it wasn't, who talked about a member giving a contribution, and everything that the member spoke about was what ifs. Well, Madam Speaker, that process of what ifs should have taken place when they were crafting the legislation so that they would understand how this legislation was going to impact the society beyond who their target market was and how it would affect change in the very fabric of this society. And so it is the opposition's responsibility to point out those flaws, those deficiencies, because that is our role in this parliament, whether or not there are members on the lower bench on that side who don't like that. But we are here and we have a role and function. And that role and function in a piece of legislation as critical as this cannot be shirked by us. It must be taken with both hands. And Madam Speaker, we on this side would have spoken with our constituents, would have heard their concerns. And we are not coming here to pull from our pockets to say something, you know. I have been tasked with speaking here today, not only by the party which I represent, but the people who I represent. So, Madam Speaker, under this law, the person who has the honest belief, as we have discussed, driven by any number of prejudices and biases, protected by the metric of not grossly disproportionate, can use deadly force in a situation that did not totally warrant it, and the story cannot be refuted because dead men tell no tales. Who, in that situation, who am I to stand for? Who am I to be concerned with? The person who has utilized the law, wittingly or unwittingly, to protect themselves, or the person who is lying on the ground? For me, Madam Speaker, the person on the ground is a person that I will speak for every day. And Madam Speaker, even where that person may be found guilty, as we have discussed, the shooter is going to end up in court, the shooter is going to end up before a judge, the shooter may or may not be found guilty. So even if they are found guilty or not by the courts, there is another person who might be killed or wounded and emotionally scarred for life. And while we have talked about deaths, Madam Speaker, there is a group of people that we have not spoken about, and those are the people who sit in that sort of near miss, who would have had those interactions and will never forget for the rest of their life, the day a gun was in their face. And for all his bleating, Madam Deputy Speaker, that person is going to remember that it was the Minister of Defense, the member for Toko Sanigrandi, who said, shoot first, kill first. And they are standing there on the other side of that argument, not warranting it, praying for their life and seeing it flashing before their eyes. So, Madam Speaker, we do know that there are going to be people who are going to be impacted by this legislation, not speaking about the homeowner who is defending himself, who is already protected under the common law, and who I fully endorse should have all the protection that he or she can be afforded. We are not talking about the person who has chosen a life of crime, who was kicked in a door, he and associates, to wound, to rob, to rape, to kill. We are not speaking about them, Madam Speaker. We are speaking about the people that this legislation is silent about, because that silence is deadly. And I take that very seriously. And I'll tell you why I take it very seriously, Madam Speaker. Because this piece of legislation is not an island. In this debate, it has been discussed by the Attorney General in the moving, and at some other point by some other member who, if I'm to be honest, I cannot remember right now, that we do have the reality of widening access to firearms and a policy to empower a proliferation of gated communities in this country. And I draw you, Madam Speaker, I draw your attention to an article in Trinidad Express on August 29, 2025, reporting done by Anna Ramdas, the title being Gated Community Policy on the Way. And in that report, which is a reporting of a post-cabinet press briefing, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, speaking at the post-cab news conference, said that this move to have this proliferation of gated communities aligns with the government's position on stand your ground legislation, and went on to say that stand your ground doesn't only mean owning a gun and being able to defend your home with force, but it also means standing your ground and protecting your communities. And in this sense, Madam Speaker, that community is everybody who lives behind that wall and that gate, and who is protected under this legislation because they live in a dwelling house that is part of a community with more than one house, and there are associated places within that community. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to acknowledge that the fact that people are fearful of crime in their daily lives. And as we have seen today, and I understand as the day goes on, patience is reduced and tempers may free. But in this political guile that is the Parliament, Madam Speaker, we understand that the government, as they have, will undoubtedly assign their blame to the opposition. And we on this side will have the ability to speak about what we see as them undermining us for 9.5 years while they weaponize their minority on this side. But the truth is that that does not change what is happening today. After spending the majority of 2025 in a state of emergency, that feeling of fear has not changed, and in many ways, it has worsened. And it is that state of affairs that the government comes to us to leverage, to dangle gates and walls, to dangle more guns in your hand, and the perceived protection.
Member, would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the perceived protection that you could shoot whoever scares you. And the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will appeal to some in this society. But Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was doing my own research for today, one of the groups of people that I wanted to speak to were gun owners. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I was fully expecting that my conversation with them would result in me being told that they fully support the bill. Because the truth is that the perception is that it leans heavily in support of the gun owner. Not the perception, Madam, the reality. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will be amazed to know what the feedback was. The position that the gun owners told me was that the current law is not against the gun owner in his home, and that the thought process as to when they use their weapons in any situation is a function of training and not law.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker and members of the House, to allow me to invoke the procedural motion under Standing Order 15.5. Madam Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Honorable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of its business. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the last point that was made to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the gun owners was that they saw the shift of proportionate to grossly disproportionate as giving the gun owner more latitude to make a mistake and be protected. And they were not in favor of that. Madam Speaker, if I have to spend any time to explain to Tunapuna what is being said on this side, I will run out of time. So if you don't mind, I will continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to just, in my closing moments, speak about an issue that I don't think has been raised, but I do think needs to be. And that is that the two policies that I have discussed, the widening access to guns and the gated community, in combination with the legislation, does worry me deeply when it comes to the implications for this country. And my concern and the concerns of those who I have spoken to in my constituency and across the country, even as we went around speaking to our members across the country and others, was that it is going to bolster the creation of communities that are walled off, that are armed, that are policed from within and protected under law. And the issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, with that is that in many constituencies, if not all our constituencies, we have situations where you have those communities who fall under that grouping of protected under law, walled off, armed, and policed from within. And less than the width of a storm drain away is a community that is offered none of those protections and does not have the wherewithal to achieve any of those protections. And my issue is that we are going to have communities that see each other as different and apart, deepening divisions that do exist in this country as it would exist in any multi-ethnic, multiracial, diverse country. The truth is, Madam Speaker, that there are people who do subscribe to that separation. And those people are becoming more emboldened every day. My position here today is that it should not be the government that utilizes their majority in this House to hasten us down that slippery slope. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I actually do share the sentiments that the member for Tobago East expressed as a father. And it is on the behalf of my children, on behalf of all our children, on behalf of the children of this country and our children's children, that I respectfully ask the government to reconsider this legislation in its current form. Thank you, Madam President.
Member for Labrie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to enter this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I get into my contribution in this debate this evening, I wish to acknowledge the life of Councillor Ramona Victor, who tragically lost her life a few days ago, and who we will say goodbye to come tomorrow, and who served this country as a councillor and fought tirelessly for the betterment of the people of the Superior Borough Corporation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard earlier on a member on the other side made reference to what I suppose he was tempted to make a biblical quote and said, "Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." But I want to say that I too know some Bible quotes. And Luke 6:46 says, "Why do you call me Lord, Lord, but you do not do what I say?" I also want to add to that James 1:22 that says, "Be doers of word and not hearers only, otherwise you are deceiving yourself." But more importantly, I want to add to that Isaiah 29:3. "Therefore the Lord said, these people draw near to me with their mouths and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me." So not because you quote Bible, it means that you are any closer to God. And the same people, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has treated us in a manner that demonstrated that their heart is far from God. And I also heard the member for Potter's Bay North St. Anne's West indicate that we spoke on this side only about emotion and not about the bill. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you cannot connect the act of home invasion to an emotion that is moving and stirring, then your heart is of pure stone. In my contribution, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to draw reference to two personal examples. The first example I want to bring to your attention, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a situation that I had personally when I was living at my prior residence to the one I'm living at now. And for successive days, while I was not at home, 4 young boys broke into my home and stole a number of different things from my house. Eventually they were caught, but because of their age, I showed sympathy on them, and I asked the court to go easy on them and give them a bond, rather than to have the full measure of the law enforced upon them. But another more telling experience for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, was around 2015, 2016, I think it was 2016. My father, as he was then, was home with my my older sister, and just around midday, 2 young boys entered my father's house, demanding money, because they said to him that they knew he got pension, and they wanted to know where the money was. And he said to them, "I have no money." They say, "You're lying. You have the money. Give me the money." And in their quest to commit and complete the act. They became violent, and they used a cutlass, and they attempted to strike a blow at my father's neck. And he defended himself by raising his hand. And as he raised his hand, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the bones in his arms was completely chopped, and the other one was fractured severely. Of course, he had to seek medical attention. The police hold those two gentlemen, and the charge that those two gentlemen faced certainly was not a home invasion charge. The charge that they faced was inflicting grievous bodily harm. That was the charge that they faced. And of course, when they went to court, because of the court system then, which we are fixing now, those two young men got off. Are we fixing that? I want to make reference to section 5, subsection 3 of the bill that is before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, which says, a person who commits an offense under subsection 1, A, acting as a gang member, B, acting as a participant in an organized criminal activity, or C, in the presence of a child, senior citizen, person with a disability, or otherwise vulnerable person, is liable on conviction on indictment to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 25 years. What my family and I would have given to have this piece of legislation at the point in time when my family faced this. And as I hear members on the other side, in their usual manner of being dismissive to persons' plight and empathy, he quips, but grievance bodily harm is 25 years. Mr.
331L. The Speaker has been speaking since he started with his hands in his pocket. He's offending the rule. Could you look at it, please? 531L.
Member 531L states, shall otherwise conduct himself in a fit and proper manner.
Speech, madam.
Overruled. Member, please continue.
Had he been paid proper attention, I thought he was going to say, I'm speaking with a pen in my hand. That's what I thought he was going to say, because a pen is in my hand. But I am more skilled than he is. So I am not going to get into that banter with him. Mind you, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the same gentleman that told us to use a coal pot to cook when they were in power. Yes? This is the same member who asked that we ride a bike.
We can't afford gas now. Collateral, we can't afford gas.
Madam Speaker, I think you need to rein in the member for Port of Spain South. This level of hooliganism once more will not be tolerated in this parliament. Putting on your mic and shouting across the floor while a member is on his legs.
Member Falabre, please continue your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, as I was saying, before I so rudely interrupted Madam Deputy Speaker, you can imagine what not just my family, but many other families would have given to have legislation like this implemented at the point in time when we faced what we faced. And you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes the loss of tangible things, a value could be put to it and it can be replaced. Sometimes even an injury, a physical one, can heal with time. But the mental trauma, the psychological trauma, the emotional distress that accompanies anybody who experiences a home invasion, that could never be measured, never be compensated, and never be replaced by anything else. So while they pussyfoot on that side with people's lives and people's safety and people's security.
48. No. 48 for. You are serious, Tanapuna? 48 something? How much is that in years? You are serious? You are serious? Madam Speaker, he's imputing improper motives of us pussyfooting with people's lives.
It is a mere analogy. I will let the member continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you see, sometimes the truth also offends. Yes. So for 10 years they did nothing, and that is pussyfooting. For 10 years they pussyfooted. And now we have a government that is acting, and they can't believe what it is they see in the Parliament here today. Very soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, we may have to even expand our own manifesto, because at the rate we go in, by next year we don't lick up the whole manifesto promises already. That is what they can't take. So again, as I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that mental anguish that a family faces after you experience a home invasion, that is something that could never, ever, ever be replaced. You dream it. You're always looking over your shoulder. You're always insecure. When that feeling of insecurity is taken from you, Madam Deputy Speaker, no matter what anybody says, it could never, ever compensate or make up or replace. Never. I lived it. I know it. I could speak it. So this legislation has been brought for us here today. For some of us who experience it already, it may be a little bit too late. But it has not ceased to exist in the society. And as a responsible government, it is up to us to protect our people in the best interests for our people. That's what we're doing here tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I want to add one more element to what I told you earlier on about the experience with my father. We would have called the police. And because of the incompetence of the other side to properly address resources and provide resources to the national security apparatus, the Erin police station.
Madam Speaker, 48-1. How is any of this addressed by the legislation?
Overruled, member. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because they failed adequately resource rural areas, as they did with the Erin police station, where there were not even vehicles to respond to our call. We had to take our father personally to the station and to get medical treatment. Of course, we took him to get medical treatment first. So even, and San Fernando West want to know how this is relevant. Even in cases of home invasion, they did not even protect the people against that. But more than that, they did nothing or very little to ensure that even when you experience a home invasion, that you were given the resources to get some kind of response by the protective service. So because we live in a rural community, as Labre is, and for 40 years they were in charge of Labre, and if you see Labre now, God help it, I am here now, God help it. So we have, Madam Speaker, we have ensured that with this legislation, that we put systems and things in place to give people that comfort and that peace of mind to some extent. Because as I said before, even if someone breaks into your house, that sense of security that they steal is something that is very hard and difficult to replace. I heard the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West in what I suppose he felt was acute attack on the AG. Read out the story where the AG was a victim of home invasion. With glee. As if to suggest, look, he ever gone and he still get robbed, look at him, ha ha ha. As if to suggest that. You understand? But Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to tell the public that this legislation is not about, it is not about putting guns in people's hands. It is not about that. This is not a gun law. Contrary to what San Fernando East will want people to believe, this is not a Wild Wild West legislation. It is not that. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I would have engaged in consultation on this legislation within my constituency of Labre. And I want to say tonight for everybody to hear that all who attended that consultation unanimously supported this legislation that we have in Parliament here tonight. I make that point as well to address something that Port of Spain North St. Anne's West said, that what we sent out in consultation is not what came before the Parliament. Well, that might be so. And you know why, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is so? Because when we consult, we listen. We do not talk down to people. We do not shove things down people's throat. We listen. And it's because we listened, what was presented as a draft bill for consultation is not the same thing that will come before this Parliament. That is what a responsible government does. They would know about that. Yeah, you want Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation, as they want to have us believe, on the other side, that things already exist in law for this and exist in law for that. You don't need this, you don't need that. But if we didn't need this, then all of the articles that my colleague from Oropouche East spoke about would have been irrelevant. As a matter of fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me add one more to that. Another one. I'm reading, Madam Deputy Speaker, from an article in the Daily Express dated February 25th, 2022. It says, woman killed in Westmoreland's home invasion, two suspects die. Nicole Moses, and again, even though it's something from 2022, I still extend deepest condolences and sympathy to the family of Miss Moses. Nicole Moses, the woman killed when bandits entered a property in Westmoreland this morning, is being mourned and celebrated as a hero who died in defense of her family and property. Moses was mortally wounded in the neck and chest after she rushed her two nephews to safety and tried to escape into her home, police sources say. Her brother, who was in the house, a licensed firearm user, confronted the men and shot them dead, police say. Now, what they will want us to believe is that you only need a gun to defend yourself. And that's what they happened on. But it didn't matter if it was a gun, if it was a piece of iron, if it was a stick, if it was a stone, whatever it is that is used to defend yourself, this legislation says you can stand your ground. Stand your ground. So we are here bringing legislation to let citizens know, to let this country know, that notwithstanding the morass that that side has left us in, that we will do things that is going to protect you and your family and in your best interests. That's what we're here for. And as they spoke about the legislation, it was only as a matter of, I want to use an appropriate word here, of being embarrassed into action, that Diego Martin Central decide, okay, well, I will talk about the victims.
Yes. Yes.
So I sat here as a victim of home invasion. The AG sat there as a victim of home invasion. And here we are feeling as if we were the perpetrators of a home invasion. So, where is the sympathy and the empathy from the other side?
Forget it.
But you see,
Forget it.
while we plead with the other side to support this legislation, we certainly will not be surprised if they don't.
No, of course not.
If the first bill that we brought to this house was to protect children with the Children Life Fund, and they didn't support that, well, then what is this one?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And they were very livid when we brought bill concerning Prime Minister's pension.
Yes. Yes. They like their own self.
I will still appeal to them nonetheless, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's my job to do so. I want to appeal to them that they look at this legislation and see it for what it is, and not try to fearmonger the population as they always do into believing that this legislation is a license to kill. It is not a license to kill. And I want to make that point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they will have you believe that this legislation is one where the vulnerable could be killed easily. We need to protect the vulnerable. Or they'll have you believe that this legislation is one that encourages Wild West behavior and vigilante kinds of actions. That's what they will have you believe. But there are enough clauses in this legislation to protect you as a homeowner and anybody else who may be a victim of person's wickedness. That's what you're trying to do as well. So we know that not all men are good. We know that. People will try all kinds of different things and use the law as their shield. We know that too. And that is why we have placed within the legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, enough clauses that says the conditions under which you can depend on this legislation or rely on this legislation to protect you. Should you, God forbid, stand your ground and bring injury, harm, or even death to a perpetrator. So this is not a free license to kill. It's not that. So you can't, as they want you to believe, do someone harm, and as Porter Spain South said, when your dead dies it, to have no coming back. Well, of course we know that. But this is not a license for you to harm somebody and then use this law as your shield. This is not that.
Member, would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, please, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not that, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what this is a legislation that says, if you come into my home with ill intentions to hurt my family and I, then I have the right to stand my ground, to defend myself, and whatever I get inside there, you go take. That's what this is. And anytime a legislator could stand up in defense of the criminal, then that alone should tell the population that on April 28th, they made the right choice. Because that's what they have been doing all night. Standing in defense of those who want to commit acts against law-abiding citizens. And no law-abiding citizen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-6, please.
I don't understand how that is imputed improper motive, so I will let the member continue. Overruled.
The Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
48.6. The gentleman is saying that we are promoting criminals in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me know when you finish. Let me know when you finish.
We will long stand Fernando Hill.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the member is saying that we on this side are promoting criminals in Trinidad and Tobago. That certainly isn't true.
We say
The member did not exactly say that, so I will let him continue. Overruled.
I said that, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't mind you quoting me, no. When you quote me properly. Don't misquote me. Don't misquote me at all. You understand?
Love.
Do not misquote me at all. I did not say that.
Love.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, law-abiding citizens in this country need not be fearful of this legislation. So all the fear-mongering and the what-ifs. So what if a child go to pick mango? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me tell you something. Well, let me tell them something, sorry. How I grew up, and maybe I'm using my own experience and thinking everybody should have the same kind of brought-up, to use a colloquial term. But even in a country with all of the fruit trees growing by the roadside, with no fence around it, once it was in front of somebody's house, you couldn't just go and pick it just so. Miss Lucy, Miss Ova, I could get a pomerac, please. I could get a pomsite, please. They will not tell you no, you know. But what they want is for you to first ask before you enter and go and pick it. So when children are taught the right thing from early, then they don't need to go astray and go afoul of the law. I am not saying that all children are taught the right way, Madam Deputy. I'm not saying that at all. But they played on the emotion of citizens by saying, what if a child is, and what if that, and what if that, and what if, and what if, and what if. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what if the last 10 years didn't happen?
Oh, God. Oh, Lord.
What if? We could get ridiculous like that, or even more ridiculous than that. But the persons who made those what-if statements, the disappointment for me is that that person claims to be a reputable attorney. And therefore, if you claim to be a reputable attorney, you must know that no law, nowhere in any piece of legislation could you legislate for everything under the sun. You can't. So all of this what if and what if and what if and what if. What if? What if, despite all of the attacks on the union, that the union get what it deserves as the 10%, which they did? What if?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on 48.1. I don't think the union and the 10% is a part of this dispute.
It was just a comparison.
What if what we are actually saying in here, they understood and made sense to them? What if? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation that we have brought here, it is designed to ensure that that sense of security that people so want to feel and want to have some kind of legislation they can stand on, and something that actually says what you're doing there is against a particular law, is brought to ensure that our citizens know that this government cares for them and for their best interests. That's what we're doing here. So this legislation is just that, to bring good law. I don't care what they say, this is good law. to bring good law to this parliament that not only protects but advances the interests and the security of our citizens of this country. I want to say one more thing before I close, Madam Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding all of the advocacy for everybody but the victim, notwithstanding their clear and deliberate attempt to not support anything good that this government brings, notwithstanding their dubious attempts to hoodwink the population because all they want to do is oppose, I believe firmly that our people in Trinidad and Tobago, they are brilliant, they are smart, they are thinkers, and they can see that the only choice for this country was the one that they made on April 28, and for the next 15 years, it will be the only choice they have yet to come. So I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to contribute in this debate. And as I close, I want to close as I started. And I want to once again urge us to just contemplate on the life of Councillor Ramona Victor, and for those of us who knew her well, to attend her funeral tomorrow as we pay our last respect to Councillor Ramona Victor at Irving Park, Siparia for 1 p.m. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for Laventille East Morva.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute in this very controversial debate. Madam Speaker, I would like to start and clearly outline to the country once again, as I did my initial contribution, my maiden speech, to clearly outline what my position is every time I enter into these chambers. I seek not to quarrel, but to clarify, not to condemn, but to contribute. I seek no political points, but I seek to strengthen our national understanding of what we do in these precious chambers and what it means for real people in real communities. This, I believe, Madam Speaker, should always be the standard brought forward in these chambers. Madam Deputy Speaker, today we debate a very controversial piece of legislation, the Home Invasion Bill, more popularly known as the Stand Your Ground Bill. And we can all agree that home invasion, it is a real and a terrifying experience. And Madam Speaker, I say this not because of what others have experienced, but because I myself have first-hand experience with home invasion. So if you may permit me to paint a picture for you, it occurred many years ago, and I would have went to bed one night with my cell phone next to my head, and I would have woken up with my SIM card next to my head. Some items missing, and in addition to that, some jewelry missing. But what I will say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that no amount of access to guns, weapons, or anything of that nature would have provided any comfort in that situation. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Home Invasion Bill, just to give a bit of context for those who may be now tuning in or listening to the debate, it gives long jail terms for people who break into houses to hurt or to rob people. It also says that you do not have to retreat if someone comes into your home to attack you. You are permitted to stand your ground and fight back. Madam Speaker, it even allows for deadly force to protect your home and your things. I want to stress on that, your things. And that means that you may be allowed to kill to protect your property. Not to save a life, but protect your property. And Madam Speaker, I heard a lot of Bible quotes being mentioned in the chambers today. I want to make mention to one, according to the Quran, in respect to the sanctity of life. Whoever kills a person, it is as if he has slain all humanity. And whoever saves a life, it is as if he has saved all humanity. So, Madam Speaker, when I hear comments like, load up the matic, cuff them down, bust their head, kill them violently, shoot them in the back while they're running, Madam Speaker, I ask myself, who really has the heart of pure stone, as the member from Larry would have mentioned? Madam Speaker, I would have said it before. I would have heard the opposition leader make mention to it, and everybody else on this bench make mention to it already. We are prepared to support any piece of legislation that serves the best interest for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Any piece of legislation that would support the protection of families, we are prepared to support that. But what we will reject with impunity is any piece of legislation that encourages more killing, more guns, and more injustice, especially in working communities like Lavantelis Mova. We will reject that. So I would just like to lay some context based on my understanding of the bill and what my review would have brought me to. Madam Speaker, what I will say though, before I get into that, is I was taught by some elders, the ones that raised me, that you must accept some good with the bad. And how playfully she would have taught that to me is with one phrase: sugar and salt. You use sugar and salt to bake one cake. So let that sink in. Madam Speaker, there will always be some sort of merit to anything. And we can probably review some of those as we go along. Because what this bill does, it clearly names home invasion, as we can probably agree that there might have been a legislative gap there, as the existing laws would have covered burglary and robbery, but not the particularly violent element that is home invasion or violent entry into your space. What it also does, Madam Speaker, is it adds serious penalties for a very serious offense. And some of those penalties is 20 years and $500,000 fines, and 25 years and $750,000 fine if you are a gang-related member. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, what it does, it serves as some form or sort of protection for those who genuinely act in self-defense. And having been a victim of home invasion, I can agree that somebody defending themselves in their own home, they should not have to argue technicalities about retreat with respect to what follows after you survive a life-threatening incident. But, Madam Speaker, we clearly agree that home invasions are a national trauma, and they must be punished. I cannot stress on that enough. We agree that genuine self-defense in your home, it must be something that is protected and encouraged. But we disagree, Madam Speaker, with law that imports the most dangerous parts of foreign stand-your-ground experiments, because it is an experiment, into high-tension communities like Laventille East Mover without any safeguards, any monitoring, or any support at all. Madam Speaker, when I reviewed this bill, what stood out to me was the sheer advocacy that went into forming this piece of legislation that is brought before us today, and the government is asking for support. I asked myself, what level of research went in to the formulation of this bill? Because, Madam Speaker, I believe that any piece of legislation that comes into this House, it should be data-driven. You should have some sort of review, and it should be backed by studies, it should be backed by data. Madam Speaker, I looked at some of these reviews, and according to the American Journal of Public Health 2021, they examined laws which expanded rights to use deadly force in self-defense, including the stand-your-ground laws. And their conclusion, Madam Speaker, was that these laws, they do not reduce violent crimes, and in some states, they were associated with the increase in homicides. Madam Speaker, I even looked at many large cohort studies. According to JAMA Network Open 2022, they analyzed US states before and after stand-your-ground laws were implemented, and they found that statistically there were significant increases in monthly homicides and firearm homicides. That is after the adoption of these laws. And Madam Speaker, we must not ignore, as much as the government would have you believe that it is just a myth, we must not ignore the fact that there's the factor of race and justifiable homicides. Utilizing FBI data, Madam Speaker, Roman 2013 and their later works showed that they found white on black killings were far more likely to be ruled as justified as compared to black on white killings under the very same stand your ground regimes. I can go on, Madam Speaker. A smart review was done on systemic reviews on firearm policies and race, and it showed that firearm laws can have different impacts by race and ethnicity, sometimes widening disparities in who lives and who dies. I can go on again, Madam Speaker. The data is there for all to reference. Comparative legal scholarship and Castle doctrine, according to Carpenter, Market Law Review in 2003. So there's a broad gap there. And even back then, it warned that broad Castle doctrine rules can undermine proportionality and it can blur the lines between defense and revenge. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, it increases the risk of domestic conflicts. So what can we take away from this data, Madam Speaker? You can honestly say that the international evidence, it does not support the promise that these laws will indeed reduce violent crimes. It does not promise that, Madam Speaker, as the government would have the population believe. It also shows that there is moderate to strong evidence that they increase homicides, especially firearm homicides. What else can we take away from this, Madam Speaker? There is clear evidence of racial bias in how justifiable killings are judged in stand-your-ground states, and this should ring a very loud alarm in everyone's head in this chambers here tonight. Because, Madam Speaker, we already live in a society and we struggle with inequality and mistrust. And Madam Speaker, while we are on the topic of trust, there was another study, another survey I should say, that was conducted called the World Value Survey. And they asked a very simple question. But that question, Madam Speaker, was a very loaded question. As simple as it was very loaded. They asked, how easy was it for you to trust someone? Seems simple enough, right? How easy was it for you to trust someone? And they would collect their data, prepare the report, and share this information. Some of the findings go, Madam Speaker. China reported 63%. Canada reported 43%. The USA reported 37%. And I would like to ask anyone in this chamber to offer a guess as to what Trinidad and Tobago reported with respect to trust. Trinidad and Tobago reported a whopping 3%. Madam Speaker, this was troubling data to read, particularly because we have a clause, clause 7, that states, deadly force where the occupant honestly believes that it is necessary to protect property or remove an intruder is allowed, it's permitted, and that's not to save a life. That is not to save a life, Madam Speaker. And this data, sorry, not data, but this fact, that clause, it sits uneasily with right to life norms in human rights laws, Madam Speaker, because these laws generally hold that lethal force should be used where strictly unavoidable to protect life. Madam Speaker, we cannot just sit idly by and pretend that this tablet that I'm holding in my hand, the chairs, the mic that's in front of you, is on the same legal scale as compared to a human life. We cannot pretend like it's the same thing, Madam Speaker. That is an important thing to not overlook. Madam Speaker, it's almost as if we are lowering the bar. We are lowering the bar with respect to the value of a human life. Madam Speaker, I believe that we increase the risk. We increase risk when we compound the two phrases, honestly belief with no duty to retreat. And that test is partly subjective as we leave life and death, Madam Speaker, in the hands of the occupants and his version of honestly belief. And that, in conjunction with our 3%, Madam Speaker, is a troubling tale to tell. It's a troubling thought. With no duty to retreat, people may feel legally authorized to shoot first in situations, Madam Speaker, of confusion, noise, intoxication, and mental distress or illness. Shoot first. Madam Speaker, I don't know about anybody else, but I have never opened my door in the morning and seen a tumbleweed blowing. I've never seen it. I could go even further, Madam Speaker, because international evidence shows that when you combine no duty to retreat with subjective fear, the result is more killing, which includes more killing of unarmed people. Madam Speaker, allow me to address the elephant in the room yet again. Madam Speaker, there exists a serious risk of class and racial bias in this practice and incorporating this piece of legislation into Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, empirical studies in the US shows that stand your ground laws, they produce racially uneven patterns in which killings are ruled justified. And that, Madam Speaker, they want to bring into Trinidad and Tobago, where policing, housing, and social inequalities already map onto class and race. This is a serious risk, Madam Speaker, because if we truly look at it, murders in upscale communities are more readily accepted as self-defense as compared to killings in places like Lavantelismova and how they are treated. They are either under-investigated or they may be selectively prosecuted. Madam Speaker, to go a little deeper on class, inequality, inequity of justice and parity, we have numerous examples right before us in Trinidad and Tobago, countless examples that it exists. We can easily look at the mere fact that we had a former COP who referred to people as cockroaches. That is a troubling thought. And we see the impact of how they treated people throughout the SOE and COVID-19. And I say this because there was a disparity that existed between people that might have been taking a sea bath and those in the private pool parties. We saw how they were treated. We saw it. And, Mr. Speaker, we can even return to the SOE imposed by the then government in August 2011. And the data showed that there was inequality and inequity exercised there as well. I know people that sued the state because of how they were treated and won. Madam Speaker, this is a serious issue. This is a very serious issue. These are the issues that we face, Madam Speaker. This is something, Madam Speaker, that I think this faulty legislation can only unintentionally exacerbate, and if the only virtue of race talking and political rhetoric in anything is to gauge, Madam Speaker, is the worrying thought that with more guns, it moves from online to offline and to in-person engagement. Madam Speaker, I asked myself, had they even thought about the type of pressure that this piece of legislation is going to put on the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the DPP. This bill now gives the court a long list of factors to weigh, when deciding if force was reasonable, but they gave no procedural guidance towards it. And I say this because there is no special review, no data collection, no reporting clauses, nothing. Just a piece of legislation brought to the House. Please accept this. Please sign on. Please say yes to this opposition. Can't do that. Madam Speaker, experience from Florida, yet again, it shows that stand your ground rules can complicate investigations and it shifts the burden onto the state. What does that result in? More pressure on who? Madam Speaker, this is no laughing matter. This is no laughing matter. I ask yet again, did the government think about the risks to the police and the first responders and what they will be experiencing with implementing this piece of legislation? Now, this bill has exceptions for law enforcement, but, Madam Speaker, it depends on whether the occupant knew or reasonably should have known that the person was indeed law enforcement. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I say this because we must think about it practically. In a real life situation, raids, issuance of warrants are usually carried out in what type of environment? Low light, noisy, chaotic situations. And this by itself presents a real risk that in exercising his duty, there can be a result of traumatic crossfire between law enforcement and a frightened resident. It is a real fact and a real possibility that has unfortunately been overlooked by the government. Like I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, the advocacy that accompanies this legislation is unheard of, and there exist immense gaps and unintended consequences to this piece of legislation. There exists no requirement to collect data and to publish data. And as I said earlier, legislation must be data-driven. If you really want to see change, it must be data-driven. There exists no clause that requires the state to track anything at all. For example, how many people are killed under these provisions? The race, the sex of these people, the age, the area, the social background, whether the victims were armed, unarmed, nothing. And without this, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Parliament, there is no way for us to know whether this law is actually reducing crime or fueling vigilante killings. There is no measure. There is no built-in review clause, Madam Deputy Speaker. No built-in review clause. And given the serious risk shown in the peer reviews, that evidence, I believe that there is a required need for an independent body, an independent review body.
Would you like your additional time, member?
Yes, please. Madam Deputy Speaker, these gaps are alarming. Another one, Madam Deputy Speaker, overlooked. What about the domestic violence dynamics, where both parties may have a right to be here? I have a right to be here. This was clearly not addressed. And to elaborate a bit, we can all admit that we have a very long-standing cultural motif, if I may, of land disputes within our East Indian communities. We have all seen it. We all know it is usually settled wielding cutlasses and brandishing cutlasses. Yes. No. We could say that. We can say that. And what is that to say now, Madam Deputy Speaker? Would this now escalate the situation from cutlass brandishing to yielding pistols in a more violent manner? Because both of us can now stand our ground. And if we are speaking about the family, Madam Deputy Speaker, what about the children? What about the children? If we increasingly expose these weapons and this thought, Madam Deputy Speaker, of exposing these kids to weapons and the thought of violence, raising them in that environment, it can easily result in weapons, more firearms, finding their way into the school bags and into the compound. And that by itself can now escalate a regular schoolyard fight, fist fight, I should say, into what? Into what? You may not see the connection, sir, because you don't think far. But it will escalate fist fights into mass shootings. And I'm not speaking just because I want to say it. I am speaking because I have first-hand experience dealing with the nation's children. I've worked years in the schools, and I can tell you, not ever once was a violent situation or a violent child calmed down with more violence. You see, what the government overlooked, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the mere fact that we live in a very unique culture. We have a very unique community context. And what I'm about to say next, I would hope that the government goes back to the Hansard and they read it 5 times, 10 times, 11 times, 20 times, as many times as they would like to clearly understand that Trinidad and Tobago is not Florida. It is not Florida. We already have very high homicide rates, an average of 37.2 per 100, and that is data between 2018 and 2022. And we already have a limited capacity for scientific policing, crime scene management, and unbiased investigations. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, importing this risky model into this type of environment without heavy safeguards is dangerous. There are no safeguards. But I understand why this government would bring such risky law into the country. I would understand why. Because to know where you're heading, you have to know where you've been. And my friends on the other side would have people think that history, Madam Speaker, in my 15 minutes, I would like protection from Toko Sandigrandi, please. Madam Speaker, I would like protection from Toko Sandigrandi, please. I was quiet while he was saying whatever he was saying.
Yes, Member, please continue.
Thank you very much. So my friends on the other side would have you believe that history only goes 10 years back. Every 3 seconds, every 2 seconds, 10 years, 10 years, 10 years.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a point of order, 53(1)(e). The member is entitled to speak in silence.
Now let's let the member complete his contribution in relative silence.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, they would have everybody in the country believe that history only goes back 10 years, as all their comments, everything that they brought forth, goes back 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. Madam Speaker, I believe that the people listening need to understand clearly what brought us to where we are today. And to be quite clear, Madam Speaker, and specific, between 2010 and 2015, under this very government, led by Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the UNC single-handedly dismantled our security architecture that was built to protect this
Madam
nation.
Deputy Speaker, 48-1, please.
I agree, Member. Let's make good use of your remaining time.
Madam Speaker, I knew it would have aggravated my good colleague from Cooper South. I knew that, because the truth often offends. What I would urge, you know, I find it ironic. I find it ironic. Madam Speaker, my simple 15 minutes, I would like to reclaim my time because it cannot stop. So I would seek your protection again, Madam Speaker.
Again, let us let the member complete his contribution in relative silence, and no additional time will be given.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the good member from Oropouche East, he made mention to amendments. Well, ask and you shall receive, because clearly you all needed the assistance. So I hope you have your pen, hope you have your paper. One, I would hope that you amend clause 7.4 so that deadly force is permitted only where there is a reasonable belief of imminent threat to life or grievous bodily harm, and not to property. You must, and I insist, consider to add strong proportionality test into the defense of property. Why not just mirror the factor of clause 6.2 and explicitly require that the risk to life posed by the defensive act be weighed against the value and nature of the property? What we also require, member, is mandatory data collection and reporting as a clause. That is what we require. We must be a data-driven country if it is we need to get into first world status. I know data is a strange concept and a strange word, but this is what we need. And you must involve the TTPS and the DPP. All incidences where self-defense and defense of property under this act must be recorded, along with the demographics of these victims, the accused, the outcomes of the charges, which would be whether they are charged, not charged, convicted, acquitted, whatever. And you must have a clause for independent review. You asked for recommendations. You said that we brought none. So here we are. Here we are. What about implementing mandatory training and public education? And I say this strictly based on the fact of how this bill was sold to the public in the first place. Your leader was on a pulpit saying, load up the matic. How is that something to utter to a nation as an self-proclaimed loving mother? This is what you stand behind. And I can tell you for a fact that I will not feel well knowing that you put legislation before me where somebody is allowed to brutally kill somebody for an object. I will not feel good knowing that my daughter or my son is brutally gunned down because he walked too close to somebody's home or their car. Or, like my good colleague from Library would have mentioned, climb a tree and pick a fruit, and they get shoot like a bird out a tree. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my colleague from Toko Sandigrande is eager to add some more of the nothing that he was saying, but I would ask him to sit there and be quiet while I finish. Madam Speaker, you see, this law and how it was sold, it requires education to the public. And the first thing that must be said to the public is that this does not generate and grant a license to kill. You must explain to the public that it does not create a constitutional right to bear arms, because this is the perception that is given to the general public based on the negligence that you exercised when communicating to them. I know you wanted to win an election, but we are all adults here and we are leaders, and your words are heavy. It does not protect criminals or people using grossly disproportional force. This also must be communicated. And you must implement stronger safeguards for law enforcement. You must also explicitly, even though it is mentioned in clause 9, you must do so explicitly with respect to domestic violence and its misuse. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, this this piece of legislation that they want to bring to Trinidad and Tobago, it does way more harm than good. And they can say what they want. But the law reform has already shown and proved that they got this directly from Florida and the United States of America. The data is there. I do not know what makes them say or think that there's going to be a different result when we bring it to Trinidad and Tobago. I am saying this on behalf of the people of Laventille East Mover. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot more that I can say. But what I will close with today, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we sit on these benches, I will reinforce the fact that we are happy to support good legislation, and we actually want laws that protect people from bandits. But we do not want, and we will not accept any law that makes it easier for people to die. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Laventille West, who just spoke, East Mover, my apologies, member for Laventille East Mover, who spoke just before I rose to contribute. I always thought that he was one of the more astute members on the opposition. And I'm quite disappointed that he proved me wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were two main things that came out of the contribution from the honourable member. And there's a thread, a common thread, across several opposition members who have spoken thus far on the two main points that the member for Laventille East Mover spoke on. One had to do with fear-mongering, speaking to the issue that this bill creates an opportunity for more killing. And the second one, which was more disturbing, because I'm trying to figure out where my colleagues opposite are going with this argument. And that has to do with the issue of race baiting. Race baiting in this society. It did not work in the general election for you, and it certainly will not work this time around, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member made very few points, but the member spoke about data and data collection. Maybe the newness of the member to the Honourable House does not put him in a position to understand that there are areas in the TTPS that provides for the collection of this type of data, and an annual report from the TTPS is laid in this very House, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it puts to rest any concern with respect to data collection in terms of the uses of this legislation when the legislation is passed today. But I want to give my friend from Laventille East Mover the benefit of the doubt that he did not know that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, when members opposite speak about slothfulness and laziness, that is a representation of slothfulness and laziness. Madam Deputy Speaker, it appears as though that the opposition don't caucus with their members. Because the member for Laventille East Mover attempted something of the sort of providing amendments on the floor of the House. Everyone knows there's a process, there's a procedure. and not one member, particularly those who have served in government, who spoke on this bill today from the opposition, advanced any amendment. None. But, Madam Speaker, we are not surprised. Again, if you want a representation, to use the words of the opposition, of slothfulness and laziness, that is what we saw from members opposite. And therefore, they were in a state of confusion when the member for Laventille East Mover spoke. There was a total state of confusion. Opposite the government bench, members of the opposition started to look at each other. What was happening here is a clear case of the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And therefore, today, when they come speaking on both sides of their mouths, cannot put together a coherent argument as to why they don't support the legislation. They go to their fallback position of what? Fear-mongering and race-baiting. That is what they go back on to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had no intention of joining the debate today. But I simply could not sit and listen to the hogwash from members opposite. I heard my colleague from Labre speak very passionately from a personal perspective, having been a victim of home invasion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to join in my own personal reflection by saying I too know what that feels like. And it is only, in local parlance, we say it's only when you're in it, then you know it. Not one member today advanced any new policy, any new idea. And they're most upset when we say 10 years have passed and you have said and done nothing. But that is the reality. That is the reality, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I say that in the context that very few administrations post-colonialism in Trinidad and Tobago has ever received a constitutional majority. The member for Laventille East Mover attempted to speak disparagingly about the Honorable Prime Minister. I want to tell them, you can try as hard as you can never step in the shoes of the Honorable Member for Superior. Never. None of you opposite have demonstrated the fortitude, the strength, and the determination to do what the Member of Superior is doing today with the United National Congress administration. Mr. Speaker, I made the point, very few administrations have received a constitutional majority from the electorate in Trinidad and Tobago. And it takes me directly to the bill, because it tells us where do we get the platform, the legal standing, the strength, the determination to pass this piece of legislation. We didn't fill a small maxi taxi. We have 28 seats sitting on the side of the government. The member for Laventille East Mover spoke ad nauseum about the general election campaign. Yes, this was one of the main pillars that the United National Congress campaigned on for the general election. Mr. Speaker, with 28 seats in the House of Representatives, we feel emboldened that within our first year that we have kept the promise of bringing this legislation as a way of protecting citizens against home invasion. Mr. Speaker, right off the bat, in my contribution, I want to say to you, I want to speak to two particular clauses. I know colleagues on this side of the House have spoken to several other clauses, but I will confine my contribution to Clause 5 and Clause 6 and share with you why I felt compelled, particularly as the Minister of Public Utilities, to stand up in the Parliament and speak today. Mr. Speaker, from time to time, while serving in opposition, we attempted to advance ideas that would assist in the administration of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly dealing with the issue of crime. And we were often told, but those things are on the statute books already, what nonsense you're talking. Today, we have taken the position that stand-alone legislation is needed. No, stand-alone legislation is needed. Yes, stand your ground too. But there are areas in the law where there are loopholes. And therefore, this administration is taking the bold and courageous step to bring stand-alone legislation on particular serious matters, and stand your ground, and home invasion is one of them. The political will demonstrated by members opposite Mr. Deputy Speaker was woefully low and short like some of their members. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that I was particularly concerned because when I saw in Clause 5, it treats with an issue that we have heard about time and time again. And as the Minister of Public Utilities, with responsibility for WASA, TNTEC, TT Post, whose workers from time to time visit homes of citizens, when I read Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, and I looked at item C, which speaks to fraudulently representing oneself to be a member of a law enforcement authority or a representative of any other public or private entity for the purpose of gaining entry into an occupied dwelling house, it jogs my memory of how many instances we have had in this country where persons fraudulently represented themselves as WASA workers, as TNTEC workers, as TT Post workers, and as police officers to invade the homes of citizens and brutally rob, rape, and in some instances, murder citizens. And this is a very progressive and forward-thinking piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Defense, but more so the Honorable Prime Minister. We said to the nation that we would have brought this legislation in September, laid the legislation in September. The Honorable Prime Minister mandated every member of the government serving as a representative of the people to go out there and engage their constituents. That was a mandate from the Honorable Member for Siparia. And today, Mr. Speaker, we feel emboldened that we can bring this legislation, having promised it in September, knowing fully well that we took a few weeks more to bring it, but we took the steps that were necessary to engage the people of Trinidad and Tobago once more. You see, they gave us that constitutional majority with 28 seats, 26 with the United National Congress, and we are very happy to have the 2 members from Tobago joining the government on this side. Those are responsible members who are interested in the welfare and safety of their constituents. So that was the first test, Mr. Speaker, where we received the constitutional majority. We received the mandate of the people, and that is why we are here to bring this legislation, because the people of Trinidad and Tobago supported it. They bought into it, they understood, they went in with their eyes wide open in that general election. So when the member for Laventille East Mover wants to tell us that people are concerned about the killings and so on, we explained to them exactly how this legislation will work. But the only fallback position they have, as I've said before and I'll repeat it, is fear-mongering and race-baiting. Mr. Speaker, The second bite of the cherry came when the member for Siparia allowed us as elected members to hold those consultations. People attended in their hundreds, these consultations. There's a yearning in our society, Mr. Speaker, for something to be done. Trinbagonians have become numb in many instances to the lack of support and the advancement of any workable ideas from the opposition when they were in government. And therefore today, having received that support in the general election, going back to the people through these consultations, we have brought this legislation knowing fully well that the population now understands that drastic time calls for drastic measures. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to address another issue that the member for Laventille East Mover spoke about. And the honourable member spoke about the license to kill, and that the Florida model will open up a floodgate for murders and killings through home invasion. Mr. Speaker, I refer to an article written in the Trinidad Newsday with the headline, "No License to Kill, Burden of Stand Your Ground." The Honourable Attorney General, to give credit to where credit is due, he is not here today, but the member for Barataria San Juan, the Minister of Homeland Security, and others, inclusive of the Honourable Prime Minister, has spoken ad nauseum about the protection and safeguards, and the member spoke indicating that there were no protections and there were no safeguards in the current legislation. Had the member done a bit more research, spoken to colleagues, attempted to review the bill in its entirety, the member would have seen the safeguards in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to quote from Trinidad Newsday, Tuesday, 19th August, quoting the Honourable Attorney General, it says, "Stand your ground legislation designed to protect people from the threat of home invasion does not give them free license to kill anyone who enters their property. The limitations which prevent this are outlined in the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025, which is posted in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs website. They include homeowners being under the influence of drugs when they threaten or use force against an intruder, and homeowners threatening or using force against law enforcement officers executing their duties." And the member for Laventille East Mover spoke about these law enforcement officers. What about the flip side to that? The impersonation of law enforcement officers. I mentioned earlier that DILT's bill provides for the protection of citizens against those who fraudulently misrepresent law enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to go through all these screaming headlines, all the bloody murders that have occurred through home invasions by persons fraudulently representing law enforcement officers. This has become a serious issue. Under colleagues opposite, Mr. Speaker, home invasions occurred in this country by persons misrepresenting law enforcement officers with authentic police uniform. That happened under them, Mr. Speaker. Wearing authentic police uniform, using guns, ammunition, belonging to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Not by bona fide Trinidad and Tobago Police Service officers, but by those misrepresenting those officers. When my colleague, the member for Tunapuna, tells the population that the safeguards are that we have to ensure that persons who are misrepresenting law enforcement are treated within this bill. That is only the opening salvo. The other salvo is the operational element of ensuring that uniforms, guns, and ammunition do not fall into the hands of these people who are fraudulently representing law enforcement officers. But also, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this government does not operate in silos. We saw that happen with our colleagues opposite, where the left hand never spoke to the right hand. And therefore, all manner of things were happening under state enterprises and ministries. What we have been attempting to do is working with Homeland Security, Defense, and others through the Ministry of Public Utilities, that when workers that fall under Clause 5C, Clause 5C, when they have to go and visit bona fide workers I'm speaking of, there must be a mechanism. There must be communication with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. That wasn't happening under them. And therefore, it happened time and time again, Mr. Speaker, where persons did not only misrepresent themselves as law enforcement, they misrepresented themselves to gain entry, to rob, rape, murder, and plunder innocent citizens under the guise that they were going to do work in the water sector, in the electricity sector. Mr. Speaker, this requires an all-of-government approach, and I can tell you with certainty, we are not operating in silos, and therefore when the Honorable Attorney General addresses these matters in the bill, I did not hear one member, not one member, speak to the provisions in the bill that gives clarity, purpose, and precision in terms of the protection of citizens as it relates to some of the issues that I have identified, Mr. Speaker. Not one of them. I could stand up in this Parliament at 9:35 this evening and raise an entirely new issue. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from many members across the floor, but if you want a representation of laziness and slothfulness, they repeated the same points over and over and over again with the hope that the population will buy into this fear-mongering. Mr. Speaker, citizens, frankly, I can tell you in Couva South, they are fed up of the talk. They want action now. And therefore, the legislative support today that we are giving to citizens will not create a floodgate or a crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a process, and the member for Laventille, East Mover, and others spoke about the issuance of these firearms users' license. How will one protect themselves in the home? And there have been several instances in the bill under, I believe it is Clause 5, again, that treats with the weapons or the tools that citizens can use to protect themselves. But the members opposite want Trinidad and Tobago to believe that we want a Wild Wild West society. Nothing is further from the truth. The provisions in law still provide for the Commissioner of Police to be the person to issue firearms users' license in this country. We have said, again on the campaign, that once you fit the criteria, whether it is on the operational side, the psychometric side, there's a process and a procedure for the issuance of firearm license in this country. That has not changed. What has changed is the political will to ensure that citizens who meet the requirement are allowed to protect themselves. And you ask yourselves, why are you so opposed to that, members of the opposition? They were found it very disparaging that I saw the member for Arouca Lopino took to social media about an hour or two ago that the Honorable Attorney General spoke about those who have firearms and those who don't. And I issued a warning earlier in today's sitting, Mr. Speaker. Be careful of what you ask for, because you may get the answer you don't want. Because you still have the Honorable Attorney General to wrap up the bill, you know. So if you want name, you could very well get name. You want to know who had 3 and 4? We could very well tell you that. But while you were protecting yourselves and your own families with blue lights and security and special branch sitting down at your door and sitting down in classrooms with your children, what happened to the lady down in Labrie? What happened to the man in Lavantil? So ask yourselves, members of the opposition who raises this issue, who are you really serving? Yourself or the people who elected you? Because to every right-thinking citizen who listened to the contribution from members opposite, all you heard was race-baiting, fear-mongering, and I'll add one more: a self-serving opposition who were concerned about what the AG had to say to them, but as I told them, be careful of what you wish for and what you ask for. Mr. Speaker, in this same article, and we speak about the protections in the legislation, it says other limitations include the nature of the force or threat being used against the occupant, the extent to which the force was imminent, whether a weapon, firearm, or explosive device was used in the home invasion, the size, age, gender, and physical capabilities of the parties. The member for Lavantil East Mover spoke about people passing on the side of the road and knock you down and hit you. Mr. Speaker, the legislation is very specific. The legislation deals with home invasion. It gives you a description of the persons under which this law will seek to empower and protect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say, stand your wrong legislation and easier access to legally issued firearms were the UNC's main campaign promises with respect to tackling crime ahead of the general election. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing today is the will of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And their lack of support means they are subverting the will of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's a subversion. Your lack of support is a clear subversion. Mr. Speaker, in that context, the bill provides that a person has no duty to retreat when operating in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself or his property. Mr. Speaker, let us go to property. Let us also look at Clause 6 in the bill. And Clause 6 gives a clear indication of what we mean by dwelling house, what we mean by property. Another point that no one has sought to raise in today's debate has to do with the commercial side of this. The commercial side where in many homes in Trinidad and Tobago, people operate business from downstairs of their house. You see the member for Oropouche East shaking his head. I remember in Oropouche East, there was a situation, there was a company called Big Boys Toys. It was about trucks and so on, Mr. Speaker. It was about trucks, it was about vans, it was about vehicles, etc. And the company was run under the house of the owners. The maid and the children of the home, they were roughly about 7 or 9 years old. The home was invaded through the business. They then went up The children and the maid was locked in a room, calling the police. And in true typical fashion, the police under the TPS, having been starved for resources, could not reach in time. And the children were calling their parents, who were in another country at that time, begging, pleading for help. What do you say to those children today, member for Arouca Lupino? What do you say to those children today, member for Laventille East, Mova? If that was your children, would you still take the position that you're adopting today? I'm almost certain you would not. You have asked us to take the emotion out of it. I started off by telling you is when you're in it, then you know it. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I essentially stood to speak for just 10 minutes. Did not envision it would have gone so quickly. But, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with the commercial mixed dwelling. And we have had a serious problem. I've heard the member again, I'll reference the member for Lebré, speak about rural communities. On this side of the House, we represent most of the rural communities in Trinidad and Tobago. Most of the rural communities is represented in the government. No one spoke to the issue of predial larceny. No one spoke to the plight of farmers who have endured losses in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, that have also encountered beatings, the rapes of family members, the trauma. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you about the trauma. For 6 months, I did not live in my own house. Why? When that home invasion occurred, you always keep at the back of your mind. They know where you're living. They know who's living inside of the house. They have been there before, so they know the layout of the home. Mr. Speaker, when we tell you that we can take emotion out of it by looking at the clauses of the bill that objectively treats and deals with the specific circumstances, the dwellings, the tools used in self-defense, the items that fall under Clause 5, A to I under Clause 5. We have taken the emotion out of it, and we have done the work. And therefore, we lend our support to the Honorable Attorney General, not out of emotion, but understanding that today what we are doing is a step in the right direction. We are creating history today. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this. I spent 10 years in opposition. Sometimes it feels a little, you feel helpless when your constituents come. And you yourself have endured some of the experiences that they have now endured through these home invasions. But it gives us the opportunity today to do something about it. And we are demonstrating our political will. Mr. Speaker, I will go as far as to say, as a member for Couva South, if this legislation operationally fails, I would have still been satisfied that I tried, that our government tried, that we gave citizens the best opportunity to protect themselves. It cannot be that we continue to speak ad nauseum, find faults with the bill, sit down and in government, having done nothing for 10 years to protect our nation's citizens, and then say, well, let's go back to the drawing board. You all could come up with something better. There must be other alternatives. The member for Laventille East Mova spoke about the Florida model. I want to tell you, it is on the public record that the Honorable Prime Minister said we were looking at the Florida model. We never hid that. We understand.
Laventille East, move on. This is very uncharacteristic of you. All right. I'm not seeing Chaguanas East, but I'm seeing you. San Fernando East. I don't think you really want me to answer you. All right, so Laventille, move on. This is very uncharacteristic of you. Member, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that even if operationally the legislation does not pan out the way that we hope it would, we have demonstrated the political will today that we are willing to do something about the issue that is affecting Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I referred to an article earlier, and I want to deal with the issue of Clause 7 of the bill, which says that the occupant must also believe that his actions were necessary and reasonable to defend or protect himself or another person from the use of threat or force, and that the defensive force used was proportionate to threat he honestly believed to exist. The member for Oropouche East dealt extensively with that. But it also goes on to say, for the purpose of self-defense during a home invasion, the bill states, the use of deadly force may be justified where an occupant reasonably believes such force is necessary to prevent what? To prevent what, Mr. Speaker? Imminent death, imminent grievous bodily harm, grievous sexual assault or rape. Clause 8 of the bill makes allowances for a person's right to defend his or her property. Mr. Speaker, for all of us who have children under the age of 18, whether you want to categorize them as property or not, in reality, that is what they are to us. And in the circumstances of imminent death, imminent grievous bodily harm as contained in the legislation, there is no right-thinking citizen in Trinidad and Tobago that will tell you that if your child, your loved ones, are at the mercy of criminals, that you will not take any reasonable step to protect them. Mr. Speaker, as I started earlier, I said I really wanted to deal with Clause 5 and 6 by introducing those new issues that were not traversed before. But putting this bill into context today, having been a victim of home invasion, I told you I did not live in my home for 6 months. And that is something that stays with you every single day of your life. You turn around, you see sometimes shadows where no shadows exist. Every phone call from your child's school, you are apprehensive because you don't know what they're calling you to tell you about the safety and well-being of those that you care most about. And as I've said before, we have taken the emotion out of it, but we are driven by the mandate that we have received from the population to effectively deal with an issue that has reached the doorstep of not only myself as a member for Cuba South, not only the member for La Brea, but many ordinary citizens who cannot speak for themselves inside of this parliament. And today we are speaking on their behalf and we are doing something about it. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake. This is not old talk. This is not rhetoric. This is legislation that comes less than 1 year under a United National Congress led by the member for Siparia. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, that they used to tell us, keep Siparia right there. We have kept Siparia right here. We have kept her here. And she has provided us with the leadership, the vision, the determination, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the courage and the conviction to address frontally one of the most burning issues that is impacting the ordinary man, woman, and child in this country, and that is the issue of home invasion. Prime Minister, in your absence, Mr. Speaker, she may not be in the chamber, she's in a meeting right now, but she is in the House of Representatives. Prime Minister, I say through you, Mr. Speaker, the country has said to you, do the right thing because it is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, the country has said to the Honorable Prime Minister that through the mandate they have given to her, take the necessary steps to protect property, life and limb. And that is what the member for Sipara and our government is doing here today. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you what we are not doing here today. We are not directing anyone to go and jump on a plane to kidnap citizens in Barbados. We are not pulling merit list from President's house in the selection of a commissioner of police. We are working within the ambits of the law and passing new revolutionary law to ensure that citizens can feel a sense of safety and security, which is the first responsibility of any government. I say hats off to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Attorney General, and the ministers who form the cluster of national security, homeland security and others, and to all colleagues for standing up bravely, boldly, and hold your heads high, because what we are doing here today will be remembered for many lifetimes to come when we continue to push and provide progress in the advancement and protection of our nation's children and our nation's citizens. Hold your heads high. If there's anyone to hold their heads in shame, it is the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with words, I thank you.
Diego Martin, Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, listening to the contribution from the member for Couva South and the contribution from the member for Labrie, the declaration by the member for Couva South that the contributions of the government on this piece of legislation have not been emotional is a figment of their imagination. In fact, the member for Couva South spent the last 45 minutes screaming at us. Now, the government has expressed a point of view with respect to this legislation. Members of the government have insisted that this legislation is necessary. And the argument presented is that it is necessary for people to defend themselves, their families, their friends, and their property, and that it is necessary to give people the right to use deadly force to protect themselves, their family, and their property, and their friends, and so on. The member for Labrie in particular did not refer to a single clause in the bill. Not one. The member for Labrie did not justify his presentation by any reference to a clause in the bill. And in fact made a most astonishing statement that...
Mr. Speaker, just give me a minute, I'll find it. Mr. Speaker, I stand on...
Yes, a quota standing order?
Yes. I stand on... Mr. Speaker.
Member, can I hear you? Can I hear your interjection?
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 48. Let me just find it. 48.6. Yes? Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow. Before I was interrupted, Mr. Speaker, I was about to make the point. All right, Mr. Speaker, I may have to start to ask for your protection from day one from both sides of the House.
It would appear you need protection more from your own side. That's what it would appear to me.
The member, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Labrie carried on at a rate about the allegation, because it is not a fact, that the government held consultations and they listened to the people. And because of that, this bill is different to what was there before. Because they listen to the people. Because that is what they do. They listen. Mr. Speaker, that is the most astonishing, ridiculous, absurd, and just plainly wrong assertion that I have heard in this parliament for a very long time. I am satisfied now that the member for Labrie has not read this bill. I am satisfied. I am satisfied that the member for Labrie, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask for protection from both sides of the House. I have to ask you.
I think you need to get your chief whip to crack the whip on your own side.
This, in my opinion, with great respect, is not a laughing matter. The member for look at this going on right now. Yeah,
come on.
So it's not just my side. So I'm also satisfied that the member for Labrie did not read the original copy of this bill, the one that was sent out in July of 2025. Because if that honourable member had read the bill circulated for public comment, which was the subject of consultation, the only difference between that bill and this one was clause 2 of that original bill, which reads as follows: this act shall have effect even though inconsistent with sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution. That's the only difference. So, Mr. Speaker, am I to believe that in these consultations where hundreds of people attended, these hundreds of people demanded that the constitutional protection that was in the first bill should be removed? It just proves that they haven't read this. They haven't read this bill or the one before. And come to this parliament to mislead and misinform the public about how they listen to the people. There is no way a right-thinking member of the public would demand removal of constitutional protection from the bill. The bill dealt with the whole question of section 4 and 5. And that brings me to the point, Mr. Speaker. There is a question that needs to be answered. And you have to wonder why the bill had a special majority provision in it first and no longer has that. And I really think a proper examination has to be done of section 4 of the Constitution, in particularly the right to protection of life without being deprived of it without due process of law. And I have a feeling, this is just my opinion, that clause 7, which I wish the member for Labrie had read, that clause 7(4) may offend section 4 of the Constitution, because section 4 says as follows: for the purposes of this section, the use of deadly force may be justified when occupant honestly believes that using or threatening to use such force is reasonably necessary to prevent or remove a home invader from his dwelling house or to protect his property or that of another person. Don't you need a constitutional majority for that? That you could kill somebody because you want to protect your property? I think the constitutional lawyers need to think about that. And what I find odd, the right to life. I don't see how you could give somebody the right to kill someone to protect your property, and worse yet, the property of somebody else. Now, if you look at Clause 7, there are some issues here, because Clause 7.1 says that you can use defensive force. And when one looks at the definition of defensive force is the justifiable and reasonable use of force by a person acting in self-defense, in defense of property, or in defense of another person. Now that kind of makes sense. But why in 7.4, the same clause, you now could use deadly force? So in 7.1, you are being permitted to use defensive force, but in 7.4, you're allowed to use deadly force to do the same thing. So I think the constitutional lawyers need to take a look at that. The other issue that seems to be coming across is what is the reason for this legislation? We've heard the members opposite say that it is to allow people to defend themselves, to defend their lives against invaders and so on. And Mr. Speaker, no one on this side is trying to trivialize home invasion. There are members on this side who have also been victims of home invasion in urban areas. So it is not restricted to rural areas. It's all over the country. And there are members on this side who have been the victims of home invasion. So nobody is trying to trivialize a very, very serious matter. But when I listen to what the Attorney General said, and I have the Hansard, and I read from the Hansard, the government intends to protect these citizens, the citizens that would be affected by this legislation, in a number of ways. One of which is the laying and tabling, well, he says it twice, of the legislation that is before us. Another of which is to ensure that those citizens who qualify are able to get licensed firearms commensurate with the threat to their persons, their families, and their friends. And then the Attorney General goes on to say, practically all of the members on the front bench opposite, practically all, have not one, not two, not three, sometimes 4 and 5 firearms. Yet they tell ordinary citizens, none for you. That is a blatant untruth. A blatant untruth. And, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General cannot rely on the style of the Minister of Homeland Security and say that practically all means half the most. It does not. The legal definition, the English definition of practically all means almost everything, the vast majority. And I can say without fear of contradiction that the vast majority of members on this side do not have 2, 3, 4 guns. Several of us have none. And I would like to know, how did the Attorney General get this information? How did he get this information? I thought that was personal and private information that is under the control of the Commissioner of Police. But let me go back to what he was saying. Another of which is to ensure that those citizens who qualify are able to get licensed firearms, commensurate with the threat to their persons, their families, and their friends. And I heard a contradictory statement from the member for Couva South. And the member for Couva South referred to the fact that the granting of firearm licenses is a matter for the Commissioner of Police. I will now read the Firearms Act, Section 17. Subject to this section and to Section 16, the grant of any license, certificate, or permit shall be in the discretion of the Commissioner of Police. The sole discretion. It is the Commissioner of Police, and this is my knowledge, having been a member of this House for over 33 years, that the discretion to grant a firearms user's license rests entirely in the Commissioner of Police. No government could compel any Commissioner of Police to give anybody a firearm. So why is the Attorney General and the member for Couva South saying that they want to ensure that those citizens who qualify are able to get licensed firearms commensurate with the threat to their persons, their families? Who's going to determine that? Is determine the threat to persons, their families, and their friends? And is the government now going to decide who gets a firearm license or not, as the case may be? Is the government now going to tell the Commissioner of Police who should get a firearm or not? And you see, this brings me to a particular point. Because when you do the research on this legislation, a number of things pop up. My colleagues have referred to a lot of the learning on this matter. But I would like to refer to a particular thing. In the United States, the member for Couva South has confirmed that this legislation is borrowed or flows from the Florida Stand Your Ground law. So I would like to quote from an article by an entity called Everytown, and the article is entitled, "The Dangers of Shooting First, Stand Your Ground Laws Are a License to Kill." That's the title. 25th of January 2021, last updated 21st of July 2025. And I quote, "For centuries, self-defense laws have given the people the right to protect themselves. Shoot-first laws," and you see there are different points of view. I heard the member for Labre in his impassioned speech say that this is not legislation to give people a license to kill. That's a point of view. But there are other points of view. And there's a very strong point of view in the United States, in Florida, from whence this legislation has been borrowed, as follows. Shoot-first laws, also known as Stand Your Ground laws, go beyond these long-standing principles, aggressively altering criminal law to shield a person who claims self-defense from being arrested, prosecuted, or convicted for using deadly force. In 2005, Florida enacted the first modern shoot-first law, an effort backed by the National Rifle Association, during a time when they were making concerted efforts to reverse declining gun sales. Working with the gun the American Legislative Exchange Council pushed to turn Florida's law into a template for a national campaign. Now, in 29 states, these laws change the nature of self-defense, turning everyday into deadly confrontations. Far from empowering victims, shoot-first laws lower the threshold for justifiable homicide, encouraging the escalation of petty arguments and armed vigilantism. Although the gun lobby created these laws under the pretense of empowering and protecting victims of crime, the data overwhelmingly shows that the statutes have failed. Research on shoot-first laws indicates that they increase gun deaths, leading to hundreds of deaths every year that would not have occurred otherwise. And there's a familiar point made by my colleagues. I'll just read what is here rather than going into all the research my colleagues did. These laws also consistently fail to protect vulnerable communities. In addition to the increased risk of victimization in shoot-first states, convictions are unfairly skewed against people of color and women. So that's a point of view. Members opposite have another point of view, that this is not shoot first, this is not a license to kill, and that this is necessary. And that there were consultations, the UNC had consultations, and everybody supported the bill. Well, the PNM also had consultations. We had a number of regional consultations, as compared to the UNC consultations, which were in UNC constituencies. And when they were asked, why aren't you coming into PNM constituencies, they said, that's for the PNM. But, Mr. Speaker, while members opposite report that in their consultations, the majority supported the legislation. In our consultations, the vast majority, practically all, to use the correct terminology, were not in support of the legislation. And I'll tell you why they're not in support. Because it's easy to get carried away with emotionalism. But what is wrong with this bill is the way they define dwelling house. And it's going to lead to problems. Let us look at the definitions. You have to read the definitions in their totality and then apply them to the operational aspects of the legislation and see what's going to happen. So I will paint a canvas, Mr. Speaker. In clause 3, 1, it states, in this act, associated place means any place that is used exclusively in connection with or for purposes ancillary to the occupation of a dwelling house. Or B, that was A, any place where a dwelling house is one of two or more dwelling houses in one building or group of buildings that occupants of the dwelling house use in common with each other. That is the first mischief in this legislation. What do the words use in common with each other mean? And I will go on to give an example about how dangerous the ambiguity in this clause is. The next definition is curtilage in relation to a dwelling house means an area immediately surrounding or adjacent to the dwelling house which is used for purposes connected with human habitation in conjunction with the dwelling house, regardless of whether the area is surrounded by a fence, a natural boundary, or a combination of both, or is enclosed in a manner that indicates the occupant's intention to keep persons off his property, but does not include any part of the area that is a public place. That is the second mischief in the bill. And I will give a live example to explain what the problem is there. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have a number of gated communities that have evolved over time. The evolution of gated communities really began, I would say, around 2002, 2003, and so on. It's been going on for about 20 years. Prior to that, there weren't many gated communities in Trinidad and Tobago. And I happen to know, because as Minister of Works, I had to deal with applications for gating of communities by various people. I can use one pertinent example from my own constituency, which is Fairways in Maraval. Fairways is controlled by two gates. There is a booth, there's a gate on both sides, and you cannot enter unless you are given permission by the guard to enter, or you get in some other way, and you can't exit either. The problem with something like that, and I'm certain this applies to communities in South Trinidad, in Central Trinidad, in East Trinidad, and in Tobago. The conversion of a public road into a private road in Trinidad and Tobago is a complex legal and administrative process. The Highways Act, a key principle of the Highways Act, is that once a road is a public road, the public right-of-way cannot be extinguished by private action. And legislation is required for closure of a public road. And it's in the Highways Act, and it involves cabinet decision and the gazetting of the change. Now, Let's take a gated community where persons have applied to whoever, or they simply put up a gate, because that has happened too in Trinidad and Tobago. People just put up a gate. They decide to make their own gated community. They don't follow any law. They don't go to the police. They don't go to the fire service. They don't go to the health authority, because these are all the persons that have to get involved in creating a gated community. You have to determine whether an ambulance can get in there quickly, whether the police can get in there quickly, whether if there's a fire, the fire service can get in there quickly. You have to get consensus from the persons who are living there and the surrounding communities. It's complex. But there are several gated communities in Trinidad and Tobago that have not followed this legal process. How do we classify the roads and parks and other common areas inside those gated communities with respect to this definition? That occupants of the dwelling house use in common with each other. Is it a private place or is it a public place? So that these words here, that curtilage essentially does not include a public place. What is a public place in the context of a gated community? Let's move on. The definition of a dwelling house includes any adjacent land, building, or other structure within the same curtilage as the dwelling house. I just spoke to the curtilage. That curtilage means all the land around it, because it says immediately surrounding or adjacent to. Any adjacent land, building, or other structure within the same curtilage as a dwelling house and occupied for the same purpose. So dwelling house, member for Labrie, through you, Mr. Speaker, is not your home. I don't know where the member for Labrie has gone. The member for Labrie made repeated mention to, we are passing legislation to defend somebody who is attacked in their home. But is the yard in a gated community 100 meters away from your dwelling? Is that your home? Is it that when the person passes through the security booth and is quarter mile away from your house, because you use that road to go in and that booth to go in, is that part of the common area where you could kill somebody because you see somebody inside the so-called gated community that you feel is a threat to you, and you feel frightened, and you have a gun, and you shoot them? The definition of what is a dwelling house, Mr. Speaker, is extremely dangerous. Now, the members opposite, they spoke about constitutional majority. I heard the member for Couva South, and I don't like to use these words, but I think this word is appropriate. The member for Couva South boasted that they have a constitutional majority. But the PNM has had constitutional majorities on a number of occasions. I will just name three: 1976, 1981, 2007. The PNM had, because of the mandate of the electorate, got a constitutional majority. But the PNM has never used its constitutional majority to trample on the rights of citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the difference between us and them, Mr. Speaker. We don't boast about having a constitutional majority and what we will do with our constitutional majority. We don't do that. Yeah, that's fine. You could say all that. So, Mr. Speaker, I go back to what the Attorney General said. I go back to what the article from Everytown Research and Policy said. And the people who wrote that article are convinced, and many people in the United States are convinced, that Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which then expanded to 29 states in the United States, was driven by the gun lobby, by the National Rifle Association in Trinidad and Tobago. And people listening to this debate, listening to the Attorney General saying that they're going to ensure that people who want guns get them, that's essentially what I am hearing here. That's what the Attorney General said, that people get guns commensurate. Let me read the exact words so that I would not be misquoted. We wish to ensure that those citizens who qualify are able to get licensed firearms commensurate with the threat to their persons, their family, and their friends. Mr. Speaker, why is the Attorney General speaking like that? I would ask your protection, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker is speaking again. I didn't say a word when he was talking.
Could you carry on? You have 2 minutes more of regular time.
There he goes again. Mr. Speaker, when I read the words of the Attorney General, that the government is going to ensure that person. Mr. Speaker, why is the Attorney General shouting at me across the floor? Mr. Speaker, I read it again. Another of which is to ensure that those citizens who qualify are able to get licensed firearms commensurate with the threat to their persons, their families, and their friends. That can't be the government's responsibility. That is the Commissioner of Police responsibility. So is it that the gun lobby in Trinidad and Tobago is driving this legislation? Because the gun lobby is accused of driving the shoot first law, the stand your ground law in the United States. And, members talk a lot of emotional things, spoke a lot of emotional things. But understand something. The person who gets the gun, because the government is going to ensure that they get it. Yes, I would like my time, please. My additional time, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The person who gets the gun, because of the government's promise to ensure that those who feel threatened could get it, they're not only going to use a gun at home. This stand your ground law to give people guns is not just for your house, When they drive out, they have their gun with them, So all you are doing is changing the culture in Trinidad and Tobago. This is not the United States. This is not a country where we have in the Constitution the right to bear arms. In the United States, fellas have 100 guns. You can read about it on the internet. A man will have a whole wall full of guns because that is the way their Constitution is written, and that is their history, and that is their culture, and that is their practice. But we in Trinidad and Tobago, there is no free for all with respect to the distribution of weapons and guns to persons. And what is wrong with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, apart from the deficiencies in the clauses that I have referred to, and members opposite made fun of the member for Laventille East Morvant, but he made a brilliant point. And I support him, and I say he made a brilliant contribution to it. And it shows how good things can come from any part of the country in Trinidad and Tobago. And the point he made is the problem with clause 7.4, that why should you be allowed to use deadly force to protect the property of another person? That's excessive. And I don't think that will pass the Section 13 test either, even though they don't have the constitutional majority anymore. Even if they had it in, I don't think that would pass the Section 13 test. So what the government needs to understand, the people are suspicious of the government. They don't trust the government. If you did a poll now, what would be the government's rating? It would be below 50%. They have lost whatever support they had on April 28th. And they need to understand, remember, Mr. Speaker, I did not say a word when the member of Couva South was talking. There's a practice of members on the other side. When they don't like what I'm saying, I'm exercising my right of freedom of speech as a member of this parliament. That's a sacred right. When they don't like what I'm saying, they shout across the floor. I did not say a word when the Attorney General was speaking. I did not say a word when the member for Couva South was speaking. I did not say a word when the member for Labrie was speaking. And you can testify to that. I did not say a word. I complied with the standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem about this legislation is suspicion. Apart from introducing a culture of violence, because all the statistical data tells us, all the research on the stand your ground laws in the United States tells us that what has happened since the Stand Your Ground laws have come into being is a history of violence. And I will simply refer to an article in the Tampa Bay Times, 2013, and the title of the article is "Many Killers Go Free with Florida Stand Your Ground Law." And many killers who go free have a history of violence. Mr. Speaker, what this article tells you is that, and I'm going to read, nearly 60% of those who claimed self-defense under Stand Your Ground laws had been arrested at least once before the day they killed someone. More than 30 of those defendants, about 1 in 3, had been accused of violent crimes, including assault, battery, or robbery. Dozens had drug offenses on their records. Killers have invoked Stand Your Ground even after repeated run-ins with the law. 40% of persons who invoked Stand Your Ground laws had previously been in trouble for threatening someone with a gun or illegally carrying a weapon. In dozens of cases, both the defendant and the victim had criminal records. In dozens of cases, Mr. Speaker, of the victims that could be identified in state records, 64% had at least one arrest. Several had 20 or more arrests. That is the history of Stand Your Ground laws in Florida as we speak, Mr. Speaker. And I will end with an example of what can happen in one of these gated communities where the definition of common property is nebulous, may not be legal, may be misunderstood by the occupants of that gated community. And I'll give you an example and I'll show how it's pertinent. In October 2022, I'm reading from Everytown Research and Policy. William Hale and Frank Allison drove alongside each other on US Highway 1 in Hialeah, Florida. A traffic dispute grew more dangerous as both men began driving erratically. When Hale threw a water bottle at the other car, Allison retaliated with a gun, firing a shot that hit Hale's 5-year-old daughter. In response, Hale fired all of the bullets in his handgun, striking Allison's 14-year-old daughter. Though both men were initially charged with attempted murder, prosecutions dropped the charges against the man who fired first. Under the Florida's so-called Stand Your Ground legal defense law, the thrown water bottle justified responding with deadly force, leading to a child being shot. In the end, with 2 girls wounded in a road rage tragedy, the man who started the shootout was protected by a distortion of self-defense that allows people to shoot first and ask questions later. Let's take that now to a community where you have a barrier at the entry, a barrier at the exit, you have roads inside, you have common areas, parks, and that sort of thing. And 2 persons are inside there driving. One is a person who lives there, the other one is a person who lives there. And they get into an accident, one bounces the other car, and they start to argue, and they both pull out their licensed firearms, and they start to shoot, and one kills the other. That is a true life scenario that will happen because of the bad definition, the incomplete definition, the ambiguous definition of what a dwelling house is. Because under this law, a dwelling house has now been extended to common areas and adjacent land used by the occupants of that area. So I urge the government to understand what you are dealing with. Understand what you're dealing with. We on this side are not objecting to the concept of somebody protecting themselves. We believe that persons should be allowed to do that and use force if necessary. But your law is badly drafted and you're going to kill people. People will be killed because of this. Innocent people will be killed. And it will boil down to who shot first and who shot second and who was right and who was wrong. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government, forget the rhetoric, deal with the issues that we have raised on this side and correct this bad law. Thank you.
Member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I sat here all afternoon listening, and it reminds me of a quote that says, "Some people bring nothing to the table except an appetite." And it's like, it's very hard to listen those on the other side, but I will not be distracted by them. Mr. Speaker, permit me to express thanks to all the people of Tobago West, whom I now proudly serve as their representative. The people of Tobago can finally exhale. It is with great humility I accepted the challenge to be the voice of Tobago West in this parliament. This, while driven by a political party which genuinely echoes the sentiments of the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the Tobago People's Party is not a political party based in Trinidad, which is stained red with a compromised legacy of corruption, mismanagement, divisiveness, and downright disregard for the views of the people of Tobago. The TPP is new, Tobago-based, brimming with vision and innovative ideas for Tobago to become the greatest little island on the planet. Mr. Speaker, for this past election on April 28, the citizens were decisive, and hopefully continuing onwards, it is my hope that the people on the ground will continue to say no to the PNM, Mr. Speaker. That the people will demand that their voice be heard, unfiltered by the spin of PNM propaganda. The people are flexing their political power too, Mr. Speaker, to play their part in governance. They wanted to influence the corridors of power, usually reserved for the elite who fund political campaigns. They wanted the TPP.
Mr. Speaker, 48 word. Can we get to the bill, please?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, I suppose the member is laying his foundation and he will get this.
Thank you very much. You can't build a house without a foundation. And you know one thing, Mr. Speaker, I realize the goodly member from San Fernando East likes to disturb everyone. You know, in colloquial days, they would say the apple will fall right by the tree, but unfortunately, this apple fell down San Fernando Hill, so he took nothing from his father. They wanted the TPP, they wanted the UNC, they wanted a safe future for us all. To this end, all the people of Trinidad and Tobago must feel justifiably proud that a new beat is played on these drums of democracy. They are proud that this is not a solo beat, it's the drum corps. It's the beat that recognizes the partnership with communities and the delegation of power to exercise powerful, productive, and protective citizen control over public policy and decision-making. Mr. Speaker, the contributions of my predecessor and the former representative for Tobago East were all driven by empty rhetoric, grandstanding boastfulness, and no reference to the plight and needs of the people of Tobago. None of their so-called sophisticated speeches, Mr. Speaker, deeply expressed the invisibility of Tobago.
Point of order, 48-1.
Tobago West, I think I've given you enough leeway. Get the run-up.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Let's not show you back there. So come, let's get to the point.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation is one which is cause for much reflection. But the biggest question to answer is why are we here at this legislative juncture, Mr. Speaker? We are here, Mr. Speaker, because crime and criminality has long bolted from the proverbial stables under the tenure of the outgoing PNM government. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are here. We are here because of decades of failed national security and crime-fighting policies of the PNM, to the point that the legislation reflects the Tobago saying, "Who can't hear will have to feel." Mr. Speaker, I also point out the rampant disregard for law and order displayed by the former government and their inability to set an adequate policy environment for the institutions charged with the enforcement of the law to function in.
48-1.
No, the member clearly is articulating the policy foundation behind the legislation. Overruled.
Yet despite this actual truth, the country must work together to bring positive change in keeping with our constitutional rights to safety and security. Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Tobago West, let me make it pellucidly clear that national security is a sixth schedule matter for which the Tobago House of Assembly does not have policy responsibility for, neither for crime fighting on the island. Mr. Speaker, although the THA does not have the direct duty, the role of the citizens is very pertinent in policy making. Hence, people all over this country must have representation in this decision-making house. We act as their voice on these important matters. Hence, the reason for staying connected to them, to see and experience what they are going through in their daily lives and be their voice in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, Tobago just came off a record high of 26 homicides last year. The relative peace and safety, well known in our island, bruised, butchered, and battered by the bullet. Mr. Speaker, we in Tobago long for the return of years when we recorded no homicides at all. Last year, our homicide rate was 39 per 100,000, and this was not very far from the 45 per 100,000 population in Trinidad. Taking our small size into consideration, the Tobago murder rate with 26 murders is equivalent to 541 murders in Trinidad. If, God forbid, we had 4 more murders in Tobago last year, we would have had the same murder rate as Trinidad of 45 murders for 100,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, the small numbers translated to high rates when our population is small. I urge all citizens to appreciate what Martin Luther King Jr. once said: "We are all connected by the fabric of destiny. What affects one affects all." Mr. Speaker, the TPP-led Tobago House of Assembly has a clear preference for the public health approach to crime reduction because, among others, the THA's remit lies in the social protection ecosystem that looks at prevention through social programs, poverty eradication and poverty alleviation, employment support, rehabilitation, and social protection floors to ensure access to the suite of social services to provide a minimum set of services for social resilience against vulnerability to social deviance. Mr. Speaker, this motion, which seeks to authorize the potential use of deadly force by citizens in the sanctity of their dwelling place to protect life and property against an intruder. Mr. Speaker, it gives residents of Tobago a fighting chance to defend their family, an opportunity to protect their valuables which they would have gained via hard work, not to be taken away by the uninvited guests who come with the intent to remove what does not belong to them, and in some instances, end the life of the homeowner or its members when confronted, which we have seen played out many a times. I stand in support of this legislation, which will give law-abiding citizens who demonstrate the right ambit to carry a firearm so they can defend themselves if faced with such brazen and blatant disregard for their life and well-being by the person or persons who intrude their home. I agree on these grounds that this piece of legislation is what we need right now to equip the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago with an opportunity to protect themselves. Not tomorrow, not the day after, not next month. Mr. Speaker, now. Mr. Speaker, this authorization by the state granting our citizens permission to use deadly force to defend themselves against a home intruder has come at a time when lawlessness has taken over our beautiful twin island. We cannot stand by idly and continue to do nothing about these home invasions with no say and without due consequence for the actions of those that commit these offenses. Mr. Speaker, it will be a different story or a different outcome if these brazen criminals entering the homes of innocent citizens know that there is a possibility that they can be met with deadly force. Mr. Speaker, in carrying out a crime or violent nature, such as these home invasions, no outcome is guaranteed. The intent of this piece of legislation is to empower our citizens, especially us in Tobago, to make a critical decision of use of force when faced with a situation such as a home invasion. Mr. Speaker, this gives them an opportunity to protect their rights until the police service arrives. Because we all know many a times, too late shall be the cry. Mr. Speaker, now an opportunity is presented so we can sing a different song. No longer will there be slow singing because those culpable of these crimes will now have second thoughts. Mr. Speaker, those opposite will try to let the government look like it's allowing citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to become gun-swinging, trigger-happy citizens. This is far from the truth. This legislation does not mean that anyone will apply and say, I have a home, I want a gun to protect myself, or I want the authority to protect myself with deadly force against intruders. What it means, Mr. Speaker, is that for those who will seek to access firearms will only be available through the requisite procedure in order to ensure their background and lifestyle will render them or deem them operationally stable enough to be issued that permission. What it will do after such a process is to give our citizens a chance to defend themselves from such intruders and prevent the what if. In some cases, assisting our security services and easing financial burden to the state. Mr. Speaker, to be against this type of legislation is to be against doing anything to address the current runaway situation caused by those on the other side. What citizens of our country continue to face daily is unbearable. So this move by the government shows its dedication to stand with its citizens against the current surge of crime where home invasions are a serious cause for concern. Mr. Speaker, this move should not come as a surprise to anyone, nor should it be a legislative mystery to anyone. We reside here. We see and hear what goes on in our beloved country. Just as every home intruder has the option of being productive and can work to gain what they are trying to take from homeowners with deadly force, this legislation seeks to give our citizenry the right to protect what they have worked for using the same force. Mr. Speaker, the lives of the people in this country are plagued by the countless situations and encounters of having to endure pain and abuse at the hands of intruders. Mr. Speaker, just recently in Tobago, a family was hogtied and robbed of their valuables from home intruders who had no regard for them upon entering their home. Had this legislation been in place, it could have been a different kettle of fish. Mr. Speaker, our citizens have exposure to many other options than a life of crime. With all the self-enhancing programs, income streams, and business opportunities available to them. So it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that those persons who choose to invade a homeowner's personal space to relieve them of their personal effects don't want those listed avenues to enhance themselves. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I close with an appeal to all those who have the tools and the thoughts of mayhem to rethink. Do not be triggered. Do not be puppeteered for a few pieces of silver. That, as Aristotle said, what is in your power to do is in your power not to do. That with free will and knowledge, we can discipline ourselves to do good, not for ill will and destruction. It is on those grounds, Mr. Speaker, myself, my colleague, and the people of Tobago support this piece of legislation that will empower citizens to defend themselves and their property using deadly force when confronted by an intruder. Once this legislation is passed, I will join my colleagues in saying to homeowners, you have the resources, you have the means. Defend yourselves using such force as necessary. Because if you do not and allow the intruders to plan and make a move before you do, then you shall be another statistic and another what if. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Laventille West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very kindly for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill that is before this Honourable House. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it engages the entire national population to see what is the government's response to the crime situation, how we are going to approach this issue of home invasions, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we come to this honorable House and we bring legislation and we debate legislation, we have to often ask ourselves, what is the intent of a bill? What is the mischief it is trying to cure? Mr. Speaker, we first must examine briefly what is the current status of the law. Is there adequate provisions, whether by common law or by statute, in order to criminalize acts of home invasions, which may include trespass onto your property, burglary, assault, murder, and these wide range of both common law and statutory provisions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know, and I wouldn't go in depth in terms of the common law position, as a lot of members on both sides would have gone into it. But the salient point, Mr. Speaker, is that as we speak, if tonight some member of the public with ill intent decides to enter onto the property of any citizen of this country's property or home, and they are found, Mr. Speaker, from the moment that they step foot into the person's home, whether it is to steal some chairs in their yard, or to steal something that is in their yard, there are provisions in both the statutory law as well as the common law. Mr. Speaker, Section 3 of the Trespass Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 1101, and as amended by Act 5 of 2019, provides that any person found in an enclosed yard, garden, or ground, or in any cultivated lands, or in or about the works of any plantation, oil field, refinery, or oil tank farm, and fails to make it appear to the satisfaction of a magistrate or justice of the peace that he had some reasonable cause or excuse for being in the place where he was found, is liable to a fine of $50,000 and imprisonment for up to 10 years, Mr. Speaker. So situation one, you enter someone's property tonight unlawfully. You can be held, you can be arrested by the police, you can be charged by the police, and you can be brought promptly before the court, whether it's through by way of summary offense through the magistrate's court, or the justice of the peace having concurrent jurisdiction to treat with the issue of station bail. And you can go to court, brought before the court, you can be tried, and you can be convicted. There's a provision for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you enter that property and that person actually steals something, the Larceny Act provides for it. The Larceny Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 1112, Mr. Speaker, Section 14 states, any person who steals in any dwelling house any chattel, money, or valuable security, A, if the value of the property is stolen amounts to $25, or B, if he, by any menace or threats put any person being in such dwelling house in bodily fear, is liable to imprisonment for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, let's go further. If the person moves some not only in your yard, but they break into your home, situation number 3, Mr. Speaker, and they break into your home, Section 27 of the Larceny Act provides for that too. Section 27 states, Mr. Speaker, any person who in the night, A, breaks and enters the dwelling house of another with intent to commit any arrestable offense therein, or B, breaks out the dwelling house of another having 1, entered the said dwelling house with intent to commit any arrestable offense therein, or 2, committed any arrestable offense in the said dwelling house, is guilty of burglary and liable to imprisonment for 15 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, situation number 4, which Section 30 of the said Larceny Act provides for, where if you are armed with any dangerous or offensive weapon with the intent to break or enter any building or any house, that you can be found liable to imprisonment for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I move to the Offences Against the Person Act, because not only may persons enter onto your property unlawfully, they may enter your yard and then they may enter your home, and we give the provisions. That person may not know that you're there. They may enter the property and you may not be there, and they may go and they may steal something. But there are situations in this country, Mr. Speaker, which our citizens are faced with, when at times the intruders come into your home with firearms, with whether it's knife or any sort of weapon, and they may go further, Mr. Speaker, to assault you, to rob you, and the Offences Against the Person Act and the Larceny Act also provides for same. Mr. Speaker, they may commit heinous offences against your children, against your wife, against your mother, against your grandmother. And Mr. Speaker, there are provisions in terms of the Sexual Offences Act. Mr. Speaker, the Offences Against the Person Act. And then worst of all, Mr. Speaker, you would have, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the provisions, of course, against Section 4 of the Offences Against the Person Act. If that person is killed in the home, if a victim is killed in the home, Mr. Speaker, of course, Section 4 of the Offences Against the Person Act provides that any person who commits murder shall be sentenced to death. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing it to the point of what is the mischief this bill is intended to cure. If there is adequate lawful provisions in order for Mr. Speaker, the police to arrest these perpetrators and bring them before the court, then, Mr. Speaker, our issue may not be legislation, it may be implementation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is one aspect of the bill. So the first aspect of the bill treats with creating the offense of home invasion. But the second aspect of it provides, or sorts to qualify in a sense, the self-defense aspect of an owner or occupant of a home protecting themselves against an intruder. And Mr. Speaker, what mischief in Trinidad and Tobago lies there? Mr. Speaker, there is no outbreak of persons being homeowners who have their FULs and have their firearms, and persons break into their homes in Trinidad and Tobago and they shoot them or they kill them, Mr. Speaker. Where is the evidence that there is any malicious prosecution and or wrongful arrest in Trinidad and Tobago? Where is the allegation that the office of the DPP or the police service is maliciously prosecuting homeowners who find themselves in these positions defending themselves, Mr. Speaker? There is no such outbreak, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just briefly, Mr. Speaker, look at a few reports. So the first, Mr. Speaker, is a Gregory McBurney Newsday report dated the 15th of August 2025. And it said, which is that on the said August 15th, 2025, a 66-year-old Santa Cruz man and a holder of an FUL shot and killed two persons who broke into his home and attempted to rob him. Mr. Speaker, the said FUL holder defended his life thankfully. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, the degree of force was both reasonable and proportionate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in applying the existing common law defense of self-defense, No charges were recommended by the DPP. That person in question was not arrested by the police. So therefore, why do you believe and selling this bill to the public as if somehow persons would now be afforded these lawful protections, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, according to a Jensen Levin Guardian story report from 2023, the report states, a man who is yet to be identified was killed on Saturday morning after he and 2 others broke into a house in St. Augustine. Police reported that the intruders went to Freeman Road, St. Augustine, and was greeted by a firearm user's license holder who shot 2, killing 1, and the other escaped. Mr. Speaker, yet again, this person, this citizen, was not arrested, was not wrongfully or maliciously prosecuted, and therefore we ask again, what is the mischief? What is the crime, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, let's go back, Mr. Speaker, to another situation in Claxton Bay, where in March 22nd, 2025, an FUL holder killed a bandit with a toy gun in a botched Claxton Bay robbery. He had his licensed firearm. He used both reasonable and proportionate force in these circumstances. He too was not wrongfully arrested or maliciously prosecuted. And Mr. Speaker, so I draw this to the attention of the public that there is in fact no allegation in this country where we observe the rule of law, where it is the office of the DPP who and the Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Speaker, who exercise his discretion in a way that is lawful and that is reasonable. And therefore, if citizens are not being persecuted for defending themselves, it begs the question, why is this bill being held up as if it is for the first time? It is for the first time, Mr. Speaker, inventing this self-defense aspect for when persons defend themselves in their home, in their dwelling home, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this bill was being purported as if it is linked, one, or somehow promotes or encourages or facilitates the grant of firearms or FULs. And that is not so. Mr. Speaker, of course, the Attorney General indicated earlier that it's not a standalone law, and it will come with other aspects in terms of perhaps FUL, the granting of FULs and so on. But Mr. Speaker, this bill, as we speak, according to the then Minister of National Security at the time, the Honourable Fitzgerald Hinds, Mr. Speaker, there were 25,000 active FUL holders in Trinidad and Tobago. 25,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so you're holding up this and you're telling the country, this is the solution to our problem. When only 25,000 citizens can benefit from same in terms of defending themselves with firearms, which is less than 1.8% of our population. So we come here and we say that we represent all of Trinidad and Tobago, but yet still this legislation only benefits the 1.8% people in this country who are fortunate enough to have an FUL and to be able to afford firearms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we require more progressive thinking and more progressive solutions to our crime problem than to hold out hope to only 1.8% of the population and selling it as if it's the best thing on the market since sliced bread, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have sat here for the entire day, and speaker after speaker on the government side gets up and say that there's a rise, there's a big increase in home invasions. Mr. Speaker, I went to the TTPS website, and a little button to the top, there's a little button called stats, right? I know they don't like stats. But Mr. Speaker, one of the categories that you can look for and it's categorized, is burglaries and break-ins. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I must carefully go through each and every report that is available online on the TTPS website as the only authoritative source to indicate what in fact is the rate, the crime rate specific to burglaries and break-in. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, there were 2,968 reported burglaries and break-in. 2014, 2,592. 2015, 2,011. 2016, 2,187. 2017, 2,176. 2018, 2017. 2019, 2029. 2020, 1,511. 2021, 1,331. 2022, 1,731. Mr. Speaker, 2023, 1,677. And Mr. Speaker, as of December 31st, 2024, we recorded one of the lowest rates of burglaries and break-ins in Trinidad and Tobago at 1,613. Mr. Speaker, that is 1,613, too much. But the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that from 2013 having annual amount of reports for burglaries and break-ins from 2,968 to come in 2024 and have it at 1,613, Mr. Speaker, indicates a 47% decrease in burglaries and break-ins. Mr. Speaker, that is too much. But I'm saying that if the mischief that is being purported here, Mr. Speaker, speaker after speaker, on that side, Mr. Speaker, is that there is in fact a rise, that there is in fact a rise in break-ins and burglaries, it means therefore that is furthest from the truth, and we must put it on record with the facts, not opinions. Mr. Speaker, so we have noticed that there is sufficient both common law and statutory provisions to protect citizens, to have, Mr. Speaker, the perpetrators found, to have the perpetrators, Mr. Speaker, convicted, and it is, of course, Mr. Speaker, our duty to not only criticize, but to also look at some areas for consideration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall during the consultations, and I paid attention, attended every single consultation that the PNM had. I also read the news in terms of some of the consultations that the UNC members were having. And I remember one particular consultation stood out to me, and the response of the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, the Honourable Member for Barataria Sanwan. And I want to read from a Daily Express. Story, please, Mr. Speaker, by Vivian Bowen. The heading is Saddam, Grey Areas in Law. Mr. Speaker, and I quote, will the Stand Your Ground law act as a legal defense if an unauthorized user kills an intruder with a legal firearm in the house during an invasion? The question was posed to the Legal Affairs Minister on Tuesday night by the Public Relations Officer of the Prison Officers Association, Mr. Sean Ramnarine, at the first public consultation held at Barataria Community Center. Ramnarine described a scenario in which an armed intruder breaks into his home while he's in the kitchen, and he's the first to be held by the intruders. He pointed out that if his wife, upstairs with their children at the time, sprung into action and decided to retrieve the legal firearm which belonged to him and confronted the criminals to protect the family, but was not legally authorized to use the weapon, would the new law be on her side? And Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated that this is a grey area in the law and assured it was a matter that he would raise with the Honourable Attorney General in order to fix it. Mr. Speaker, the amended version came to this House. And as far as I have seen, Mr. Speaker, Section 9(1) of this bill, Mr. Speaker, states that Sections 7 and 6, which provides the protection for or the self-defense for persons defending their property and themselves, that those sections, Mr. Speaker, do not apply where, and I'm going to see, where the occupant or a person assisting an occupant who uses or threatens to use force is engaged in a criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, according to the Firearms Act, if you are not a holder of a FUL and you find yourself in possession, no matter what the circumstances are, because there are no possible defenses in the Firearms Act for persons in your home who are not authorized to use your firearm being allowed to use it. And Mr. Speaker, this is why, rather than rushing to the Parliament without any meaningful consultation and without making such amendments that these very same persons at their consultations raised, and they acknowledged that there were grey areas. We come to the Parliament to debate this bill, and no such provision is made, Mr. Speaker. It is not considered, Mr. Speaker. And if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, we must call it for what it is. This is an unpopular administration rushing to make populist decisions in hopes that people would ignore the abject failure in 7 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members on the side have compared the different jurisdictions in terms of Florida, in terms of Ireland, the UK, and so on. And many states in America, of course, where the stand your ground legislation is in fact there. And we don't have to throw our memory far back to the public cases such as whether it is the Trayvon Martin incident in America, or whether it is the 17-year-old Trayvon Martin, or whether it is in fact I think it's Yal Williams, if I'm not mistaken, Ralph Yal, who was a 16-year-old, Mr. Speaker, a 16-year-old high school junior, who was picking up his younger twin brother from a friend's house on the day in question, Mr. Speaker, when he approached an incorrect address. A white homeowner, 84-year-old Andrew Lester, came to the door and shot Yal in his head before shooting him a second time, according to the authorities. Mr. Speaker, we must look at the very fabric of our society. We must determine, Mr. Speaker, in a realistic way, even when it is unpopular to do, even when it is a conversation that nobody don't want to touch, Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that whilst we thrive for it every day, Mr. Speaker, for in this country, for every creed and race to find an equal place, Mr. Speaker, we know sometimes the ugly head that rears, Mr. Speaker. We know sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that the biases, the racial discrimination, the classism, the society placing one in terms of looking down on certain communities, on certain demographics, Mr. Speaker. That is a reality. Whether we want to accept it, whether we want to call it race baiting, whether we want to call it all kind of things, that is the reality, and we cannot run from it. We cannot hide from it. We must strive to do better. We must strive to do better. And it must start with us. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. So we cannot put this bill and have it as an island on its own and don't understand the current climate in this country and, of course, our social fabric, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hail from a beautiful and resilient community called Beetham Gardens. I represent the most resilient constituency in this country called Laventille West. A people that comes from nothing, a people that has to lie on their address in order to find jobs, whether it's in the private sector or the government sector at times, Mr. Speaker. People who walk into a room where interviewers, and they see your address, they're not asking you about your qualifications, they're asking you about all kind of unorthodox and racist and discriminatory questions, Mr. Speaker. So when I stand here and say, Mr. Speaker, that we must tie this bill into our social fabric, Mr. Speaker, I make no joke or no mince about it, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying this to say, Mr. Speaker, why is in the case of Trayvon Martin, why is in the case of Yaraf and all these different circumstances, this bill can very well be the start of the changing or the eroding of our social fabric as a nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I plead with the Honorable Attorney General, the Honorable Prime Minister, and members opposite to not make a populist decision right now. Refer this matter, Mr. Speaker, refer this bill, Mr. Speaker, for proper consultation. Mr. Speaker, this may very well require, whether it's by way of constitutional reform, to have a referendum to determine whether this society, Mr. Speaker, truly wants to erode, Mr. Speaker, the very fabric of our society. Mr. Speaker, what are we going to say to the young man who attends Trinity College in Mocha, but from Beetham Gardens, and walking through and decide whether for some reason or not, Labrador spoke about that children, that you grow them up in a certain way and they're supposed to knock and they're supposed to ask if they're going to pick a mango. And he's saying that if you don't do that, whether there's child or not, collateral damage. Wow. He didn't say collateral damage, Mr. Speaker. I'm inferring by his words that it was collateral damage. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, even with the issues like that, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very, very careful. Because before you know it, because this government, it comes on the backdrop, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes on the backdrop of what were the public statement made by members opposite during their so-called consultations, as well as in their election campaign, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many members of the public who are never going to take the time to go through this bill. The vast majority of the public is not going to read this bill. The vast majority of this public, Mr. Speaker, reads newspapers, they have social media, and they sometimes believe the lies that is being postulated by those who are seeking to win an election and those who are trying to hoodwink a nation, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, members of the public would believe that they are to load up the Matic, knock it on them, reload it, knock it on them again and again and again and again, Mr. Speaker. The public, Mr. Speaker, would believe that this bill is shoot first and ask questions after. The public may believe, Mr. Speaker, that they should kill them all violently, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public may believe, Mr. Speaker, that of course it's better to be judged than 12, no matter the circumstances, than to be carried by 6, Mr. Speaker. And if a home invader come and you kill him, that, Mr. Speaker, you would not even be arrested or investigated. Those are public statements, Mr. Speaker. You want to know who said the last one? The member for Bataria San Juan, in a public consultation telling someone that this bill provides. I wasn't going to do it, but I asked for it. Not the whole 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, but I'll be sure. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying this to say that this requires proper consultation, proper consensus, proper education, and a key focus on understanding our very social fabric, Mr. Speaker. I stand in defense of the persons, Mr. Speaker, I stand in defense, Mr. Speaker, of the mother who knows that her son is a law-abiding citizen, who knows that he's attending university, who knows, Mr. Speaker, that he have hair that look like mine, or look like the member for Tunapuna, or look like the member for Port of Spain South, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I stand, and Mr. Speaker, I am giving the example. That's not we would get there. It's one example I'm giving, Mr. Speaker. And that example I'm giving, Mr. Speaker, is that the prejudice, the discrimination, the perceived bias that has found its way, for example, in Florida, in the United States, Mr. Speaker, with the Trayvon Martins, with the Yalras, Mr. Speaker. All of these are realities that can face this sweet, beautiful country soon. Mr. Speaker, I stand in defense, Mr. Speaker, of the father who raised his son, Mr. Speaker, as a law-abiding citizen, sending him to lessons, and who looks like the member for Caroni Central, that looks like the member for Couva South, Mr. Speaker. And if it comes to a place where that person enters, and if that young man enters a certain place mistakenly, and that person steps forward, Mr. Speaker, and shoots because it's on the wrong door, Mr. Speaker, I stand in defense of every citizen of this Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, they can try to trivialize it how they want. They can call us anything that they want, Mr. Speaker. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that the citizens listening to us would know that this objection and these concerns come from a genuine place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is adequate common law and statutory provisions in order to protect against. Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend a few solutions before I go. I want to make a few solutions, Mr. Speaker, because you see, it doesn't have to only be an issue of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2023, Mr. Speaker, when the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, would have removed taxes from all CCTV related items into this country, encouraging more citizens, of course, to be provided with security cameras and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, that there are, in fact, other than arming our population, there are, in fact, other security measures that we can put in place in order to decrease home invasions, burglaries, and or break-ins, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that the government, that there be a removal on all taxes, removal of all taxes on security, electronic fence, wall spikes, etc. I want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, to the honorable government that they allow tax returns for citizens with home security services, remove taxes on alarm system and other home security related taxes, use AI and digital tools, Mr. Speaker, to develop, whether it is a nationwide app to report suspected break-ins, Mr. Speaker, and with real-time information being communicated to the nearest police station, and of course putting equipment in place. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I have identified, Mr. Speaker, that there is in fact no mischief in Trinidad and Tobago or no lack of laws, whether in relation to criminalizing and penalizing persons who commit home invasions. Two, Mr. Speaker, there is no mischief in relation to any allegation of wrongful arrest or malicious prosecution in Trinidad and Tobago for homeowners that defend themselves using reasonable and proportionate force. And third, Mr. Speaker, I am asking and urging the government, Mr. Speaker, in their deliberation, to consider that because this affects the very fabric of our society, that they do the honorable thing and go to the population and have this, whether by way of constitutional reform, to get a referendum on it and let the population be truly a part of this process. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very kindly for this opportunity.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, when I started this debate just about 10 hours ago, I think I said a number of things which either were forgotten by those who came afterwards, including those who came immediately after, or just ignored, either forgotten or ignored by those who came right after or some time after. I could excuse those who started to speak perhaps at 11 o'clock or so. I mean, it's been a long day. But there were others who spoke immediately after me. And if I could just go through quickly what I said by way of a rebuttal to some of the points which were made. The point has been made over and over again that this is not the answer to crime. Well, I think I started off by quoting police statistics. I said, this is what CAPA says. We have a problem with gang-related homicides. I don't know how many different ways to say that. We have a problem with gang-related homicides. And then I said we have a problem with home invasions. I said that what we did with respect to gang-related homicides was to cripple the leadership of the gangs, put them away somewhere that you did not dare to touch them. You did not dare to move them to. Cut off their command structures. They were unable to speak to their soldiers. And as a result, the gang-related homicides fell precipitously. That is a fact. And it is, you cannot see, by way of a rebuttal to that, well, there has been a state of emergency for 9 years, for 9 months. That is glib. There was a state of emergency for 3 months when the member for Port of Spain North jumped out on a television and said his leader was somewhere playing golf in Tobago, and he said, well, listen, state of emergency. State of emergency. And you know what? A director of public prosecutions was slaughtered during that state of emergency. What has happened during ours? Nothing similar. It has been efficient. It has dealt with the threat that we faced, and we have had a reduction, a dramatic reduction in the rate of gang-related homicides. But that is not the end of it. We said that we were looking at judicial reform. We have started that hard work. And we also said that we were doing work in relation to the matter that brings us, that has brought us here this afternoon. And it's part of an entire package to make our citizens feel more secure. And at the heart of that is a conception that they ridicule. And that conception is this, that ownership of firearms is not the province of the chattering classes. It is not for those of us who have too many guns and we wish to donate guns because they're too powerful to the police service. That is not what we're about. We say that we should democratize the ownership of firearms. And that is separate and apart from what is before us this afternoon. That is where we are going. If it is good for your financiers, you know where they are, and you know who they are, and you know what they have in their houses. If it is good for them, it is good for our supporters, our law-abiding supporters as well. But the legislation that is before us is this afternoon is comprised of 11, only 11 clauses. And I just want to remind colleagues, because I heard the member for Port of Spain North and someone else mention that the Law Reform Commission is staffed by good public servants. That is true. It is a body set up by statute. It is supposed to be a body which is in charge of looking at the law. That's their job. They look at the law, they look at deficiencies in the law, they study various models all over the world, and then they say, if you have a problem, this may be your fix. You did nothing about it. We came, my Prime Minister directed me to ask them to solve this problem. And what those public servants that you say are decent, good, hardworking public servants, you say they are. They've come up with this model. And we've brought this model to this Parliament today. Now, what does the law before us do? It does two things. It creates the offense of home invasion, which I mean, it's kind of difficult to, I don't know if the PNM has caucus again. They used to have a caucus back in the day. So it's difficult for me to understand when some persons say, well, okay, home invasion is criminalizing home invasion is a good thing, and then others suggest that, I want to be very careful. I'm terrified of the Privileges Committee. Terrified. So, sometimes some folks say that it is a good thing, the home invasion, punishing home invasion is a good thing. Others say no. The fact is that the law does two things. It punishes home invasion. That was not done before. And then it enhances the self-defense and defense of property. Those two defenses. 11 clauses. Now, that's it. That's all those 11 clauses do, my friends. Now, inside of there, I heard a couple times from Port of Spain South, who is an experienced lawyer. I heard that there were some constitutional concerns. But the concerns that I think I heard, I might have been wrong, dealt with, the right of the individual to retaliate using deadly force. Now, and I'm not saying that the Law Association is right. But we embarked on a series of consultations. And one of those consultations was with the Law Association. The Law Association had a couple problems with the law. They said, first of all, that there was nothing unconstitutional about the self-defense, right? Defense of self, use deadly force. If you wish, I could read it out to you, but it's late, it's 11:30, and I'm sure that you wish to bed it by. I'm pretty certain of that. So they said there was nothing wrong with that. But they did say that insofar as the defense of property, that defense was concerned, that the use of deadly force there might run afoul the provisions of the Constitution. I did not agree. I sought independent advice, and that independent advice did not concur with the Law Association. And that is the reason why there is no constitutional certificate on the legislation, because we think it is covered by SURAT. And that's it. It's our job to make our best decision on the legislation. We've sought advice on it. We've done the responsible thing. The legislation is before you. And, you know, I make no apologies for it. Now, in terms of the other comments about vigilante justice and Florida, and let's be, it's 11:34, so vigilante justice, black people in Florida being singled out by the police, and so on and so on. This is not Florida. All of our police officers are African American people, most of them. They aren't going to be, our sociological circumstances are different. Our sociological conditions are different. And as the Prime Minister says, everything is not about race. We looked at Florida as a model. Not the model, it was a model. We looked at Ireland as well. Why? And then there was a draft prepared by the Law Reform Commission. The draft is before you. It is the best that we can do. It is more than you did in the past 10 years. I say that with confidence because you watched as Rome burned. You saw 650 odd of our citizens die at the hands of gang-related homicides last year. And you did nothing. You have no moral authority to come and speak to us today. None. In 6 months, we have pushed hard to bring the gang-related homicides under control. We have pushed hard to reform, to begin the hard work of reforming the judicial system. There have been changes to personnel in key positions in this country, and we have brought this legislation which we promised to bring. It is not the end, it is a beginning. There is more to come. As my Prime Minister says, promise made, promise kept. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offence of Home Invasion, and in that context to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defence or defence of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk will read the long title of the bill.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offence of Home Invasion, and, in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defence or defence of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Home Invasion, Self-Defence and Defence of Property Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 9.
The question is that clauses 1 to 9 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 9 now stands part of the bill. The question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendment. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Right, okay. Division having been called for, I have no discretion. The clerk will take the division.
Mr. Padarith?
A resounding yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisessa?
Yes.
Mr. Tanku?
Absolutely yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Miss Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Absent.
He's not here.
Miss Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Daulat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Miss Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Miss Sam?
Yes.
Dr. Rupnarain?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
100% yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Mr. Imbert?
No.
Dr. Gadsby Dolly?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Scotland?
No.
Mr. Dina Brigger?
No.
Mr. Manning?
No.
Mr. Marcel?
No.
Mr. Birchwood?
No.
Mr. Romaine?
No.
Results of division are as follows: 23 members voted for the bill, 10 members voted against, there were 0 abstentions.
And to announce, members, that the results of the division is 23 members voted in favor of the bill, 10 against with 0 abstentions. I will now invite the clerk to read the long title of the bill. Okay, allow the clerk to do her job.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion and, in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, November 28 at 1:30 p.m. On that day will be Private Members' Day, and we await to hear from our colleagues as to what motion we will be pursuing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to serve notice that the opposition will be debating motion number 3 on the order people.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, November 28th at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, November 28th at 1:30 p.m. Good night, everyone. Thank you all very much.